Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Jnanam Paramasukadam केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं ब्रह्मातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Welcome to all participants. Every one of you here. We welcome all of you joining with us for this very, very, very special day today. So, how are you all doing? Today is, I should say, one of the most beautiful days of Paramashivoham, because today we're going to be learning about all the, I should say, all the basics. Yesterday we learned about parallel universe and what it means to have do the astral travel, or we learned about the vertical time zones and all of these different truths. Today we are going to be understanding one of the most powerful part of us, our brain, awakening our whole brain, activating our whole brain, and how we can harness our highest potential, our own inner potential, to manifest what we want as reality. So today is going to be very, very, very special and a lot of fun. And today we are going to be entering into the next level of your experience. So far, whatever experiences you have had, whatever you have been experiencing, and you will see it's going to the next level. Because here today we are going to be understanding everything in multidimensional logic, not just the binary logic, but multidimensional logic, and that's from the beautiful Awaken and Pervade. And today, one of the most important factors today is deity being Mahasadashiva, which is the form of Paramashiva, through which he graces all of us with the science of enlightenment and awakening the whole world to manifesting our 25 states of consciousness. Mahasadashiva's form, Sadashiva is with 5 faces. Mahasadashiva is the permutation combination of that 5 phases and the 5 phases manifesting through each of them. The 5 phases going through the 5 phases. So that's the 25 states of consciousness, and he has 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes, with Devi Parashakti seated on his lap. That form of Paramashiva, it's Mahasadashiva Murti, and that is what is the deity that we're all going to be having the darshan of today. So are you all excited? Are you all ready for it? Okay. So the first session that we are going to be entering into, that we are going to be understanding about, it is going to be about Swarupa Samādhi, being one with his form. And what does that mean? How to experience Swarupa Samādhi? Samādhi is going to be explaining and reading it to us now. So let's listen to the revelation of Samādhi.
Thought is nothing but your inability to cope up with reality. The definition of a thought as per Paramashiva, inability to cope up with the reality. Whenever you are complete with the reality, you just function without something called thought. If you know you are thinking, there will be an incompletion and itching, irritation. If you are acting out of completion, there will not be any thoughts. There will be signals, there will be instructions, there will be orders from your consciousness to you. But there will not be thoughts. Understand? signals coming from your consciousness, instructions, orders, commands coming from your consciousness to function, to be alive, to be active, to do something is not to be confused with the irritating, itching, confusing, incomplete, internal incompletion thoughts or thought currents. Listen. Thoughts are not needed for the consciousness to own, possess your intra-organ, internal organ and your body and move your life. You need to know, you confuse between your thoughts and the instructions of your superconsciousness to your consciousness, to your consciousness, to your intra-organs, from your intra-organs to your internal organs, from internal organs to your body. Don't confuse that and this. Listen carefully. Paramashiva moves this whole universe without thoughts, being in the state of Paramashanta Swarupa. That shows thoughts are not needed to run your existence as Paramashiva manifested it. Thoughts are your feeling something is missing, inadequate, not enough, incomplete. That insecurity, suffocation, incompletion, that generates something cranky, worms going in your brain. Parasites running in your intestine. That crankiness, the thoughts and thought currents generated by that crankiness is not needed to run your life. This is the most powerful, important cognition you need to cognize. Understand, Hinduism fundamentally does not believe in belief system or faith system. It very clearly explains the methodology of powerful cognition-based functioning system. I am not going to tell you, believe, you don't need thoughts to run your life. No. I am going to say, Shravana, listen, Manana, internalize, Nididhyasana, start living this powerful cognition. So the powerful cognition I am giving you now, Paramashiva, running the whole universe, much, much, much more than what we are running in our life. He is running it from the space of Paramashanta Swarupa, without any thought currents, out of pure intelligence. When he can run, you can run. Decide, you will be in the space and state of Paramashiva, Paramashanta Swarupa, and live your life. You will see thoughts and thought currents become redundant. They just fall off from you. Like a old skin getting peeled off and falling. The old hair falling. Old nail falling. Just like old things fall off from you. The ideology you need thoughts and thought currents to run your life will fall off from you. Meditate on this powerful cognition. Internalize it. Internalize it. Manifest it. Do Shravana Manana Nididhyasana of Paramashanta Swarupa. Paramashiva, who is so big, he does not need thoughts even to run this whole universe. Even to run this whole universe, he does not need thoughts. Why do you need thoughts to run your life? Too small. Decide to be in his space by listening, internalizing and manifesting this powerful cognition in your inner space. Live and experience thoughtless space. There is a space below your heart center, above the navel center, Anandagandha chakra, where all the 21 chakras, above 7, middle 7, below 7, all the 21 chakras merge in. In that Anandagandha space, remember you are Paramashiva. What you feel as Paramashiva, what you feel as I and Paramashiva is one and the same. With that decision to cognize Paramashivoham, Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashivoham, he will manifest more and make you cognize you don't need thoughts and thought currents to run your life. Without thoughts and thought currents, just by directly manifesting his intuition and Paramashanta Swarupa, you become more and more efficient, more and more energetic, more and more alive, more and more spiritual, more and more strong, more and more enlightened. Your breathing and his breathing is one and the same. Please understand, this is the real good news he wants to tell you. If you are breathing, he is breathing inside you. Your breathing touches his breathing and comes back. Every time when you are inhaling, goes in and turns to come out, it touches his breathing and then comes out. So where your inhaling breath takes a turn as exhaling breath, that is where he is residing, he is available to you. His breathing and your breathing connects, only then takes a turn. That space is Paramashanta Swarupa. We may think, why do we need to know all this? If you know these basic understandings, you can map them in your life in multiple level, and it can strengthen your balance sheet. Understand? It can make you healthy, wealthy, happy, blissful, because many of these understandings awakens those dimensions of your brain. Already, if you are feeling too much is happening in your brain, raise your hand. Good. Those electrical signals, understand? When the owner is introducing his home and you are sitting in front of him, his neurons, brain neuron activity mirrors in your brain. Bindu is life, Amritattva is life which cannot be dulled, reduced, diluted by length, breadth, depth, time. Kala. Amritattva is the space on which time does not have a say. A cloth, even if you lock it inside a vacuum, box for 10 years and then take it out again, you will see it has already withered. No weather would have operated on it, but time operates on it. If you do not allow the time to operate on you, you don't die. If you don't remember you are aging, you will not be aging. That's the truth. A remembrance of aging ages you. The number of time you remember you are aging makes the aging effects on your system. Sadashiva gives an instruction in Agama. Remember, Sadashiva is ever 16, and remember you are he. In those days, that 16 is something like a peak health and peak possibility. Even if you are brought up in a Gurukul way of life, by 16 you will manifest all the powers. So that is the reason that 16. Now, length, breadth, depth, time, space, all these are called dimensions of universe. The Shabda, which is byproduct of depth, Nada and Bindu, which is byproduct of time, Nada Bindu Amritatva, it's called Amrita Kala. These things, these heads above, they are called multi-dimensions of the universe. Understand? You cannot call Shabda as the fourth dimension of universe. No. Third multi-dimension of the universe is Shabda. Fourth multi-dimension of the universe is Nada Bindu. Fifth multi-dimension of the universe is Nada Bindu Amritakala. How many of you are understanding this statement? First dimension is first dimension. Second dimension is second dimension. Third dimension is not third dimension. Third multi-dimension. Because with the third, the new dimension of Shabda is introduced. Which cannot be called as dimension, because we are using the word dimension for fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Third multi-dimension is, see, for example, the third multi-dimension depth has length, breadth, time and depth all together. Sorry, not time. Length, breadth, Shabda and depth together is third multi-dimension. You should know why our masters describe gods with multiple heads. Fools are those who criticize the forms of our Hindu gods, who do not know the universe. They say, why so many heads, so many hands? You don't know. You know only handicapped persons. You do not know multi-handed persons. You know only headless chickens. You do not know multi-headed beings. Third multi-dimension holds length, breadth, depth and Shabda. The fourth multi-dimension holds length, breadth, depth, time, nada and bindu. I do not want to use the same word shabda for nada, because nada with quality of life is no more shabda. For example, shabda can be called as a raw, precious metal you have. Nada is like you sold that metal and have a currency, cash in your hand, which is more active and useful and available for you. Shabda is raw, nada is refined. And when it comes to the next space multidimension, there that nada also I don't want to call as nada kala. It is no more just nada, it's nada kala. It is not only the cash you have, it is become an object or a product what you want to have directly. It's like a 3D printer. Out of nada kala, you can just directly do 3D printing of anything you want. Above the nada kala is bindu kala. Above the bindu kala is amrita kala. The qualities, units, understandings about this multi-dimensional universe as two important use. One, please understand, all of you are now going to meditate. What meditate? Going to remember your original Svabhava Swarupa of Mahasadashiva. I am not just introducing me, I am introducing you to you. I do not talk to anybody who is less in my stature. Understand? This science is called Rajavidya, means a king does not talk to somebody who is less than his stature. This Vidya cannot be taught to somebody who is less than my stature. If I am teaching you, understand, you are same of me. The moment you decide to learn, you are same of me. I have a Shastra Pramana where Mahasadashiva says, eternal age of 16 years. That's a beautiful word he is telling. He is not saying the 16 which comes after 15 or before 17. He says eternal age of 16. If he says meditate me as 16, you may think before 17 and after 15, that's 16. No. Just pick up the 16 and freeze it into eternity. That is why he is using the word eternal age of 16 years. The quality of the 16 should be absorbed and frozen into eternity. Let me read out the original verse for all of you. Panchasyam dasadur tandam spatigabam trilochanam shantam chandrakala chutam sarpasannada satchatam mantrasimhasanasinam swetabatmo paristitam kundalaihi karanai haraihi katistutro
దరబంతనైః కేయూరైః కటైకైశ్చైవ చన్న విరైశ్చము సంయుతం షోడశాయుతం కంఠం సుప్రసన్నం స్మితాననం శూలం పరసు కట్కంచ వజ్రం వగ్నిం చ దక్షిణే అభయం పాసమాన్యంచ కంఠం నాగన్కుశౌ తథా వామహస్త కటం ధ్యాయేత్ అన్యతా చ నిగత్యతే ప్రసల్పాయ కట్వాంక శక్తి స్థూలస్తు సవ్యత వామే డమరు సర్పాక్ష మాలేందివర పురకైః. Eternal 16 means the 16 which comes before 15, before 17, after 15 has its innate quality of becoming 17. He does not want the 16 which will become 17. He says the 16 should be picked up and made it into eternal.
Swarupa Samādhi is you manifesting the space that you are Mahasadashiva. Means experiencing oneness with that principle of what Paramashiva represents, what he embodies, what he stands for. Every one of you that are sitting here today, please understand, when, literally like Swamiji said, when you are in a space of oneness, where there is no thoughts, you run the whole universe. Swamiji says the whole universe runs without thoughts. The thoughtlessness, the more you have thoughts, the more you are not in touch with reality. You not coming in touch with reality, you not being in touch with reality is what is thoughts. Thoughts is nothing but your resistance to reality. So Swamiji explained beautifully how just being in that space of thoughtlessness makes you manifest that space of Swarupa Samādhi. Are all of you understanding? So
It's a
Swarupa
very
Samādhi,
definition that we have given about what the thought is. That itself, like Swamiji said, your inability to cope up with reality is thought. Wow. Like you not being able to be with reality, you not being able to cope up with reality, be in the present, that is a thought. The very definition itself is like wow, like you need to contemplate on it, you need to chew it and understand, digest it. Can I request all the participants take a few minutes and post what did you understand as what Swamiji revealed now? What did you understand? Come on, take a few minutes. And all of you post. The importance of Samadhi. What is Shabda? Alright, the Swamiji had said so beautifully that how each dimension, we'll actually learn this in detail. About who is Mahasadashiva, Swamiji explained very detailed way. Every head of Paramashiva represents each dimension. Like how Swamiji explained, length, breadth, depth. Now, length, breadth, and depth together gives birth to another multi-dimension. That is Shabda, which can be roughly understood as the source of sound, but more in a crude manner, like meaning more raw. It is not refined. When it is refined, that is what is Nada. Sorry, the technical glitch. I hope all of you are able to understand it. See, understanding this dimensions, the multi-dimensions of Paramashiva will awaken those inside of us. So beautiful to see so many of you are posting the different clicks that each of you have gotten. Very good. We'll give you all a few more minutes. Can all of you quickly type and post? Sumit Dan. Sorry, are you able to hear me now? I see that you're saying my voice is a little muffled. Is this better, Nithyananda? please kindly let me know if all of you are able to hear me clearly. This is saying some of it and adjust the prayer. Please release the me. But Nithyananda, I hope it's a little better now. Hope all of you are able to hear me better now. I apologize for the difficulty. Yes. Okay. Understand. Sumit Dangaya was also posted. The only reason we age is because we keep thinking of our age. Absolutely. Actually, the way how Swamiji had explained to us, right? Like every single statement is so important, so important. Whether it is about the factor of aging, whether it's about how time works on us. I love that example that Swamiji gave about how if you put a cloth or a towel in a vacuum and like nothing else affects it, it's just in the vacuum. But time will continue to act upon it, and you will see that it will suddenly tear it, even though there is no other element. The weather is not acting upon it. There is no insect or anything else acting upon it, but time continues to act on it. So the remembrance of time again and again is what will make us age. Wow. And Swarupa Samādhi is when you sit, cognize yourself as 16-year-old Paramashiva. Shodasabda yutam kantam suprasanna smitananam. Just meditating upon that form will immediately start expressing, manifesting through you as supreme grace and ever youthfulness. Living around Swamiji literally does the same thing. Like, I've seen so many people will just look like that age where they met Swamiji is literally frozen there. Sometimes they even, like most of the times, they anti-age. And like even the way they feel about themselves, you will hear people who are like really old and they would have been retired, but they would feel so active living around Swamiji. The life around Swamiji itself will make you anti-age. We are always okay. Jian Shang is saying we are always 16 years old. 16 is eternity, is referring to our body. Then our consciousness also remains active as 16 years old. So the 16-year-old needs to be understood. The 16-year-old form is talking about all the qualities, attributes that the 16 years would have. The activeness, alive, ever youthfulness. Meditate all of these as not as qualities of your 16 years, but as the qualities of Paramashiva's 16 years. And when you start meditating upon that, meaning every time visualize yourself as a 16-year-old Paramashiva, you would see slowly, so first it will start manifesting in your consciousness and it will then start manifesting through your very body. You would start anti-aging, you would start being youthful, alive, active. What if my 16-year-old self was not my best self? Again, this is not about our 16 years old. It's about Paramashiva's 15 years self, who is youthful, alive, active, vibrant. All right. Now let's all take a few minutes and we are going to be manifesting the power. The power manifestation session is what all of us are going to be entering now into. We have with us Manitya Shambhavananda, who's going to be joining us in this session, and we all are going to be understanding what is the science of power manifestation, how by being in Swarupa Samādhi, just closing your eyes and cognizing Paramashiva with his 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, just sitting, meditating on that form, you would start manifesting the power. Now let's enter into the power manifestation.
Yes, now we're going to be literally experiencing presence of Paramashiva. All the power manifestation processes, very clearly Swamiji says, comes that when you know that you are Paramashiva himself. When we focus our thoughts on Paramashiva, our emotions on Paramashiva, everything that happens within us is only centered on Paramashiva, then any manifestation that we want in life automatically happens. This is to say that what we are doing now as power manifestation is not just some trick that we're going to be doing now. It is a changing the very way you view and function in life. We're going to be starting with the power of consciousness over matter. The advanced levels, we're moving further into this power of consciousness over matter today, where you very clearly know that you are consciousness and that matter also is ultimately consciousness. We hear many things that say that mind over matter. This is a very common thing that we would have heard if you were a little bit into this esoteric sciences, something mystic, something phenomenal. Very clearly, Swamiji says all of this is a science. It's a greater science. The same way, like you learn your physics in school, you learn your chemistry, where if carbon dioxide is produced, it will turn lime water milky. This every single day, we have hundreds of students doing this in their chemistry lab, getting the same results because it's a science. Exactly like that, this is the greater science of life, where if you do this certain things, if you are established in Paramashiva as Paramashiva, you unlock your complete potential and you can make anything happen in your life. Now we'll be starting with this power of consciousness over matter. Let us see the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for this power of consciousness over matter. From the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120. Kvachid vastuni vinyasya shanair drishtim nivartayet tadjnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. Paramashiva beautifully reveals that take a particular object, a vastu, and bring your complete gaze, your complete drishti on that vastu. Eliminate all your impressions, your visualizations, your thoughts, your emotions, anything you have associated with that object, including the very form of that object. Withdraw your sight from it, eliminate, withdraw any impressions you have of it, any visualizations you have of it. Then, O Devi, Paramashiva is addressing each one of us as Devi over here. One experiences the state of all inclusiveness, infinity, that shunya state, which Swamiji says is that there's nothing other than that exists. The only thing forming a boundary in our life is our thoughts. The minute we eliminate the impressions or thoughts we have about an object, of something, any judgments we have about it, we manifest, we understand the oneness between us and it. We see it as it is, which is as energy. We have a beautiful story from the life of Abhirami Bhattar, who manifested this power so phenomenally, where he brought a moon in the sky on a day where there was supposed to be no moon. The incident goes that one day he was meditating in the temple on the auspicious day of the Thai Amavasya, which is a no moon day in the month of Thai, near January, February time. And it was a very auspicious day, so many devotees had thronged in the temples, and even the king ruling that area, Sarboji I, had come to the temple for darshan. So it was a temple of Devi in the form of Devi Abhirami, but Abhirami Bhattar was lost in meditation. He was completely lost in the form of Abhirami. That brightness of the form was just engulfing him. So when the king came, everyone usually stands up and pays the respect to the king. But because of this state of samadhi, Abhirami Bhattar did not stand up. And the king was a little surprised by this. He asked the people around, and they all said, leave him alone. He's a madman. But the king said, no, there is many chances that there's a very fine line between madmen and masters, great saints. So he may be a great saint. Let me test him. So the king goes and asks this man, meditating, what phase of the moon is it today? As I mentioned, it was the Amavasya, the no moon day. The time when the complete shadow is cast on the moon and there's no moon visible in the sky. But Abhirami Bhattar, when he was seeing that form of Devi as ever effulgent, as so bright, emanating that supernal effulgence, as Swamiji says, he said, today is the Paurnami day in that state of Samadhi. Today is the full moon day. Then the king got angry with him. He said, you don't respect me, and then you come and answer all this kind of nonsense. I will sentence you to death. Tonight, if the full moon does not appear in the sky, you shall be killed. After some time, Abhirami comes out of his trance. He comes out of his samadhi state. He hears about this and he's shocked, but he is very clear. He goes to Abhirami and he says, Devi, you are the one who got these words out of my mouth. You are the one that has to manifest. That night, he hangs 100 ropes on a platform above a burning fire and starts to sing an Andadi, a 100-verse song on Devi Abhirami. It's called the Abhirami Andadi. For each verse that he sings, he cuts one of the ropes. So the end result being that 100 verses gets over, the 100 ropes are cut and he falls into the fire as per the orders of the king. At the 79th verse, so beautifully, at that moment, Devi Abhirami appears in the sky, gives her darshan, throws her earring to create the full moon in the sky. That is what is consciousness over matter. We have Swamiji's own experience of this power of consciousness over matter, where he has moved objects. We see, just if you were there in the few years ago, in 2010, 2011, just by a shake of his hand, people would be levitating. People itself would be moving. Like this, we have Swamiji himself has experienced this power, which we are all going to experience today. So while I continue to give the exact science behind this power, can I request all the participants to get an object, a cup of water, and a needle? You're going to be in this first round, moving a needle on a cup of water. Let's hear, as we get this ready, let's hear from Swamiji himself how he experienced this power of consciousness over matter. I apologize for the technical glitch. There is no sound coming through. We are fixing it. We will replay the video once the sound is back.
Raghupada Yogi will do all kinds of this weightlifting and everything. He's a amazing yogic body. He will show visibly the power of yogic body. He will tie the iron rope in his chest and break it, blast it just by breathing. And lift any size rock, just like that he will lift, or he will roll. There is one huge rock in Arunachala hill which has rolled, and at least some 200 feet it has rolled and stopped. Nobody knows how it happened. I know. It's Raghupada Yogi's work. One day we both were sitting and talking, and he was explaining on Yoga Sutra, when you feel one with nature, nature listens to you. I said, how can that be? He asked me to feel one with the rock. I just contemplated, meditated, and I was feeling one with that rock. Huge boulder. When I was in that ecstasy, he just moved my hand. Suddenly, without telling me, he moved my hand. I literally saw the whole boulder rolling. I did not touch, there is no physical contact with that rock, boulder. Just that feeling one with that rock, when he moved my hand and that boulder started rolling, I started shouting, oh, what happened, what happened, what happened, what is happening? Stop, stop, stop. Then he stopped my hand and the boulder stopped. I think from that time only I started shaking people. That was the first object responded to my movement.
So beautifully, so powerfully, Swamiji has literally explained the science. This one sentence explains the entire science of consciousness over matter. All you need to do is feel the oneness. That's what Paramashiva also said. When you experience that space of shunya, nothing other exists. There is nothing other. But I want to explain this a little more for all of us to understand. So I request all the participants, you can get a cup of water and a needle or a small stick to float in the water. In this round, you're going to be moving the stick on the surface of the water. Like you say, move left and it will move left. You say move right, it will move right. But I just wanted to explain a little more. So we have all heard about the placebo effect. Am I right? That we have the doctors who have been doing so many placebo effects, and all drugs have to go through a placebo trial before they are released, and they have to have 30% more than a placebo. So more than 33% of placebo. This placebo effect was seen very powerfully during the World War II, where there was a doctor who ran out of morphine, the painkillers, for performing surgeries. So he discussed with the nurses, and all he did was inject a saline solution, salt water, into the person, telling them, like in conversation, telling them it was morphine, that it was the painkiller. It was the anesthesia. And when they performed the surgery, he performed over 200 surgeries like this without anybody feeling much pain. Entire surgery. We have placebo effects where they do knee replacement surgeries, where they don't actually do anything. They just sedate the person. They just put the person under anesthesia and wake them up with some bandages on their knee and some stitches, and tell them they have gone through a knee replacement surgery, and they recover. They're completely fine after that. We have had up to open heart surgeries done like this. Open heart surgeries, yes, where in modern science, they have literally performed an open heart surgery. They don't actually do anything with the heart. They just sedate the person and cut it open, stitch it back without actually working on the heart, and tell the person that you've gone through a surgery, a bypass surgery, and you're completely fine, and the person actually recovers. What does this mean? It means when the person has that complete trust, that complete just knowing that, yes, it can happen. It just happens. We also see the nocebo effect, which is the opposite way. There was an incident of a man who was diagnosed with cancer, and the doctor told him it's really severe, it's very aggressive, and you have just a few months to live. Just a few days, just very little time to live. But this man really wanted to live for Christmas. He wanted to stay alive and have some time with his family during the holidays. So he stayed alive, and a day or two after Christmas, he passed away. And then they did the autopsy after he had passed, and they found out he actually never had cancer. Just that belief that the doctor has said, I have cancer and I have to die, he left the body. That's the power of our belief, the power of our just pure Ichha Shakti, the power of just wanting it. So now, when we're sitting for power manifestation, all we have to do is come to the conclusion that yes, I can do it. Whether it's through Swamiji has initiated me, it is his experience, so it has to become mine. Whether it is through the space of oneness, through understanding how your consciousness is the ultimate power and all matter is actually energy, and energy can influence energy and make it happen. Through whatever way it is, when we come to that conclusion, I can manifest, it has to just happen. There's no other choice for it. Even now, in front of you, everything you are seeing is your choice which you are manifesting. It is your pure belief in it that is making it there in front of you. As the biologist Bruce Lipton says, the job of the mind is to create coherence between your beliefs and reality. What you believe and what you see, the mind's job is to create a contact between it, that it matches, yes. So when you believe something, you have to see that as your reality. Now, with the initiation of Swamiji, so very clearly, Paramashiva has given us the science of consciousness over matter. There was once a man, his name was Guy, and he used to do this psychic power of consciousness, of mind over matter. And when they did a brain test on him as he was doing it, he moved small pens, keys, and very clearly there's no, he moved a plastic spoon. Very clearly there's no magnets or anything. It was a scientific thing he did, and they did a brain scan, and they found that at the moment the object moves, his brain touches the gamma waves. So we have the delta, our deep sleep, the theta, when we're really relaxed, alpha, when we're alert, aware, but we're not processing anything, the beta and high beta, which is when we're focused, concentrated, working towards life. And then we have the gamma and lambda, which is the much higher brainwave states where extraordinary things happen. Very clearly scientific research on the Bala sense of Nithyananda Gurukul, on the devotees who have manifested powers, has shown that during power manifestation, during the darshan of Swamiji, every single one of our brainwaves goes into high gamma. We can easily manifest the power if we only decide that we can do it. So are we all ready now? We're all going to make the object move and on the surface of the water. Swamiji has given a very clear 3-step process for power manifestation, where you decide to disengage from all your thoughts, from all the beliefs right now, which is making you create this reality. You are disconnecting yourself from matter, from length, breadth, depth, from the lower dimensions. And then you are chanting the Mahavakya, raising your frequency to be the receiver for the cosmic energy. Then you connect to Swamiji, to Paramashiva, just sitting as Swamiji, knowing that that consciousness within me is the same as the consciousness within Swamiji. The space in me is the same as the space in any object, in the coconut, in the leaf, in the needle, and the cosmic space, that Mahakasha. Get into that pure oneness space, chanting the Mahavakya intensely and unclutching. You can start the power manifestation now. Make the sankalpa, the will, decide consciously, and then unclutch. It's very important. The more we go towards matter, is the needle moving? Oh my God, is it moving? It's not moving. Maybe the air is coming and moving, and maybe I should do a little more concentration for it to move. No. The needle is there. Now Paramashiva is manifesting. It's my job to bring my entire awareness towards him so that he can flow through me. When we say, I manifested, it's more we should go towards, I witnessed Paramashiva's manifestation. Let us be a witnesser. That is all our job is. You can start chanting the Mahavakya and manifesting the power of consciousness over matter.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Slowly relax.
Paramashivoham. Om
You can now
Nithyananda
verify the movement that happened. You can look back if you've taken a video or a photograph, before photo, after photo. You can check how the change has happened. You can see this whole manifestation. Every time a manifestation happens, we have to celebrate it. Why is that? Because you are saying yes to Paramashiva. Because manifestation is nothing but you manifesting Paramashiva. You being that consciousness, you recognizing that consciousness inside of you. So when you celebrate it, you're telling, yes, Paramashiva, I want more and more of this. And you're making it happen. As I was telling before, we have the whole way of the placebo effect. We see, right, how just our belief can make a reality. Now, I mean, we all be thinking, oh, I believe only negative things. I only believe bad things happening. I do not believe anything good happening. But then, very clearly, science has come up with this science now where they're recognizing the whole placebo effect. They are witnessing the whole changing in the brain that happens, through which the brain can change and change what it believes, the various pathways that go through, and witness and can manifest new things in our life, because we are able to have this thing called neuroplasticity. When we manifest, we are not manifesting. It's not us who is doing it. It is we are witnessing Paramashiva's manifestation. That's all. Now, Swamiji is going to be taking us further into this idea, this cognition about conscious elasticity and neuroplasticity, about how Not being stuck with something small, but being able to constantly expand, being able to be fluid with the way the world functions and make your reality the way you want it. Let us now hear these higher powerful cognitions from Swamiji on conscious elasticity.
Paramashiva's message from KAILASA. Understanding the multiple dimensions of your existence can coexist without chaos and prioritizing simultaneously, spontaneously in you makes you chaos free, stress free, tiredness free, incompletion free, worry free. Listen, I'll explain. Very simple thing I can tell you. Visualize yourself with the 25 heads of Paramashiva, 75 eyes. Now decide all your problems, difficulties, business, everything. You will think through these 25 heads and find solution. Please listen. These visualizations like 25 heads of Paramashiva, 75 eyes of Paramashiva, 50 hands of Paramashiva, all these expands your conscious elasticity. Mark these words. Mark this word. Conscious elasticity means capacity to conceive larger ideas, ideologies, principles, theologies without getting broken or damaged, feeling consistently all the multi-dimensions of your existence and the cosmos is organized, centered on you, your consciousness. Listen. If you feel in the waking state who you are and in the dream state who you are is absolutely unconnected and not even able to have connection, be very clear, it means you are highly stressed and almost broken inside. The multiple parts of you, dreaming part, visualization part, thinking part, emotional component, feeling component, deciding component, all this, if it is connected in sync, synergic, that is what I call conscious elasticity. It just gets pulled, pushed, dragged, but never gives way, breaks. Falling into dream state, falling into deep sleep, getting out of it should be almost like a sweet vacation. Paramashiva's message directly from KAILASA. Conscious elasticity is ability to unclutch and operate. Ability to unclutch and operate. In Sanskrit, we use the word called Sahaja Samadhi. ability to be absolutely stress-free, but alive, active, vibrant. I can sit in Nirvikalpa Samadhi whole day in this Batmasana and go on releasing the ideas about KAILASA, Reserve Bank of KAILASA. Usually presidents, prime ministers, head of states, if they want to reveal something, announce something to the world, they will call for a press meet. There will be a formal press meet, they will announce and the media will ask questions and they will answer, then it will be taken to the world. But here, I did not even make the announcement. I said, I will make the announcement on Ganesh Chaturthi. That's it. It is all over media and social media, internationally, globally. I finished the satsang, went and sat in Samadhi, attended to some of my puja and all the spiritual activities. When I came out and saw just Reserve Bank of KAILASA, 200 videos are up there. Actually, we are ready to announce. We are going to be announcing. And I am already ready with all the policies. Very elaborately, the economic policies and economic strategies. And actually, I was planning this 10 days Brahmotsavam itself. I will detail out all the economic policies and principles, strategies with the Shastra Pramana in English and in Tamil, both languages. In both languages, I will use Sanskrit. Fundamentally, the policies are formed based on Sanskrit scriptures. So the policies are in Sanskrit, translated in both the languages, English and Tamil, both languages. But only I was wondering, still I am not able to logically understand why this Reserve Bank of KAILASA became so popular, viral. Because I am talking every day, so many things. Understand the principle of conscious elasticity, then you will be able to understand what I am trying to share with you all. Conscious elasticity means ability to completely unclutch and ability to fully involve both. This ability gets built in your system when you start enjoying unclutching more and more. There was a great saint, Ramalinga Vallalar, in South India. He gives a beautiful 3 instruction. Pasittiru, Thanittiru, Velittiru. Means always body should feel hunger. You should never dump the body with food and seal it up to this. Pasittiru. Always body should be functioning, alive, hungry, burning. Jataragni should be burning. See the Homagni also in Yagakunda also. If you dump the whole thing, the fire will be choked and it will not even be able to burn whatever you offered as ahuti. So you should do it in such a way that the fire should not be overloaded. Same way the Jataragni, the fire in your stomach, responsible for hunger, digestion. It should not be overloaded. It should be kept alive, constantly burning, alive. Excited, inspired, burning. Listen carefully. Pasittiru means keep your body hungry. Always, always a level of hunger should be there. Tanittiru, be unclutched. Vizhittiru, be fully alive in the state of Turiyatita and Turiyatita. That's the essence of this great saint's teaching, Ramalinga Vallalar. Pasittiru, Tanittiru, Vizhittiru. These three will make the conscious elasticity happen in you. I tell you, human mind is capable of manifesting everything in the life. Listen carefully. You are absolutely capable of manifesting all the powers and possibilities of Paramashiva. Your delusion, I should say, the delusion forcibly dumped on you by society, your brainwashing education system, actually, society does not want classy people. It wants middle class, mediocre. Because only then it can continue to exploit you and you will be like a sheep. That is why the brainwashing, materialistic education teaches you, if you are absolutely silent, unclutched, you will not be active, enjoying life. If you are active, outgoing, you will not be indrawn. That is stupidity taught to you. This is taught in multiple levels. You should always be outgoing, and if you learnt only outgoing, you will collapse in depression. If you learnt only going inside, you will not collapse in depression. Maybe you will be a little impractical with the outer world. But I tell you, real unclutching is neither only going inward nor only going outward. It is expanding your conscious elasticity. the more you learn unclutching, you will have the ability to go inward and you will have so much excitement and deep involved thinking through. So many celebrities who are absolutely outgoing are depressed and suicidal in their personal lives. Celebrity suicide is not accident. By the fundamental design of the binary logic and Macaulay education and materialistic brainwashing, only outgoing person has to be suicidal. It's not something rare, whether comedians or stand-up comedians or all celebrity, the film actors or even the celebrity journalists, stage actors. The only outgoing, and you see, if you are brainwashed, you are capable of only one thing, that is all is needed to destroy you. Either you die as a mediocre forever, or you live as conflicted genius and collapse. I tell you, conscious elasticity, capacity to be in absolute Turyatita, in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, and Jakrat, involved. Conscious elasticity means you can catch a thought before it gets formed inside you. Microscopic. And you can see the stars. Telescopic. And know the path it is traveling. Understand? You can catch a thought before it forms inside you. Microscopic. You can see the stars and its path. Telescopic. Is what I call as conscious elasticity. I tell you, you are simply capable of it. Visualize you with 25 faces. I tell you, every day you are also doing all these 25 actions. You are creating something. You are maintaining something. You are rejuvenating something. You are pulling yourself out of delusion sometimes. You are liberating yourself sometimes. All these 25 actions you are also doing, but with a lot of conflicts, stress, friction, fight, internal chaos, because you do not understand all these 25 can coexist in a very orderly way. If you can organize your inner space and understand this 25 constantly is happening in you in a very orderly way. Please understand, this next 24 hours, I want to dedicate this. I want to dedicate it to this one principle. All of you sit and pen down, think, do Vakyartha Sadas on this one principle. How you are doing all these 25 actions of Paramashiva in your life every day. Understand? Macrocosm is Paramashiva, microcosm is you. You are the microcosmic version of macrocosm Paramashiva. Brahmanda is in Pindanda. Brahmanda is Paramashiva. You in your body, in your Pindanda, is direct version, reflection, representation of that Paramashiva in all his glory, capability, possibility and powers. You are blueprint of Paramashiva. Conscious elasticity. If you visualize you with all these 25 phases of Paramashiva, the different aspects of your life, your capacity to keep everything integrated to your consciousness is conscious elasticity. If you feel these 25 phases, heads of Paramashiva is on your head, the neck muscle actually keeps all the heads integrated to your body. Same way, the conscious elasticity is the neck muscle keeps all these 25 phases and paces of you, keeps integrated to your consciousness. Understand? All of us are doing these 25 activities. You are creating, maintaining, maybe in small scale, destroying, putting in delusion, pulling out of delusion, liberation. All of us are doing. See, when you give a consolation, a loving smile, or a simple loving hug to a friend, you are liberating that person from suffering. So every day, knowingly, unknowingly, all of us are doing all these 25 activities. If you are in chaos, disorganized, you suffer as bandha jiva, bound soul. If you become organized, understand these 25 phases of you is part of you and integrate them. By building a conscious elasticity, you become Paramashiva. Unclutching strengthens your conscious elasticity. Your ability to be a creator or rejuvenator or liberator or destroyer or deluder, all your dimensions will be in sync if you know how to be unclutched. By more and more unclutching, build conscious elasticity. That's the essence of today's satsang. When you actually unclutch, not just your thought currents, your liver, your kidney, your intestine, the very elasticity and plasticity of your brain changes. Listen. Youth means whose brain still retains the elasticity and plasticity for the new, exciting, enlightening life, intense life. Youth has nothing to do with based on your date of birth, year of birth. Youth means whose brain is plastic enough, elastic enough to manifest the grooves to radiate enlightenment, excitement, intensity, joy, life positivity is youth. So when you unclutch, sit in unclutching, your liver changes, your intestine balances, the elasticity and plasticity of the brain, the ability of your brain to develop the new grooves changes. It's no more a dead, frozen stone. It's a living clay in which the new grooves can be formed. Youth is a person who can get inspired, who can get excited, who can really awaken himself for developing the grooves of enlightenment. Simplest way, as it happened in my life, I tell you. I just know my Guru is Paramashiva and I am committed to him. I'll do it. That's it. Understand? But I know I will be integrated to my Guru and my commitment to my Guru, and not even 1 second iota of doubt or idea of not doing even appeared. Forget about that thought appearing and then me consoling and denying and saying, no, there is no internal struggle. I just know I am committed to my Guru and I will do it. He may not be physically available to me now. That does not mean my commitment to him changes. When your commitment to your Guru changes, even if your Guru is physically alive, even if you are living with your Guru, you are Guru widower. If your commitment to Guru has not changed, you are Dirgha Sumangali, Nitya Sumangali. I am committed to my Guru and his word to revive the enlightened civilization, KAILASA, on the planet Earth. I'll do it. I will continue to strategize, and I also know very strongly I cannot be destroyed. I am Akshaya. Because my Guru is Akshaya. I am committed to him and he is in me. He has given me that oneness. I am Akshaya. I cannot be destroyed. I'll do it. And I am successful in making it happen. I tell you, fundamentally, enlightenment is too simple. The identity you cognize as you just needed to move from pi of destructive individual identity to pi of Paramashiva. See, your foundation software, that binary code is destructive, powerless ideas, concepts, cognitions. If we wake up to the powerful cognitions. I tell you, the whole being you will move in right direction. Understand? If you are moving in wrong direction, even your success is a struggle. If you are moving in right direction, even if your struggle is success. Even your struggle is success. Whether life is a struggle or success is all about the direction, not about the speed or what you face during the journey. Understand? The word struggle or success, failure is defined by the direction you are moving, not by the incidents, situations, things you face during the journey. No. If your identity is right, if your Akshaya Guna, the pi, the cognitions are right, even your struggles are biggest success. Even if people feel you are struggling, you are grand success. If your Akshaya Guna, core existence is delusion, even if people feel you are successful, you are only struggling. Fail. I can negotiate with whole world for my Guru, but no question of negotiating with my Guru. I'll conquer the whole world for my Guru. No question of even looking up to see his face, only feet. Understand? Pi of Paramashiva is Guru. If you negotiate with the core concept Akshaya Guna, then when are you going to reach and be integrated and strategize for it? Strategizing for your enlightened identity is living enlightenment. Strategizing to live and manifest your enlightened identity is living enlightenment.
Sorry all, sorry for the technical glitch. Yes, now hope all of you are able to hear. Yes. Swamiji was revealing to us about the 25 actions of Mahasadashiva. How Mahasadashiva does the Panchakrityas, the actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, liberation, all of it he does without any kind of a stress or anything. He continuously happens. He keeps doing. Sorry, Sanjay, Oriaya, Sumitang, host Schmidt. I know all of you were trying to signal. I apologize. There's a small mistake. Okay. So now what we are going to be understanding is how it is possible for us to experience that multidimensional activity of the cosmos. How can me, you, all of us manifest that conscious elasticity that Paramashiva, Mahasadashiva exists in? Listen very carefully. Understanding the multiple dimensions of you can coexist without your conscious intervention, can coexist without chaos, prioritizing simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. It makes you chaos free, stress free, tired free, incompletion free, worry free. Always this one line reminds me of this very beautiful example Swamiji gives. In this whole world, we have so many traffic lights, we have so many traffic police, we have so many thousands of people protected to, put to keep the law and order in place. And yet, so many thousands of accidents happen. So many thousands of accidents happen. There is an order, but there's so much chaos in the order. The same thing, the whole universe. Earth has been here for 4 billion years. 4 billion years. All the planets have been here for billions of years. And if you see the cosmos, it's chaos. There's no traffic police. There's no traffic signal in cosmos. There's no red light, yellow light, green light in the cosmos. And there's so much of chaos all over. There's no particular order. There's no person to tell, you have to go in a straight line, you have to do this, you have to do that. Each of them have their own forces, gravities, push, pull, etc. And still, for 4 billion years now, not a single time any accident has happened to planet. Why? There's so much of chaos, but there is an order in that chaos. How many of you are catching this? It's a very subtle example, but it's a very, very powerful example. Learning to coexist with all your 25 dimensions of you will make you manifest Mahasadashiva. Actually, just understanding that yes, these are all my own dimensions. It is me who is creating, me who is sustaining, me who is rejuvenating, and it is me who is putting myself in delusion and pulling myself out of delusion. A simple example, even a smile you give to someone who's suffering and help them, support them emotionally. Just one simple smile. That itself, again, you're liberating that person from their suffering. Every time you remember your higher identity and pull yourself out of the delusion you're falling into, you're pulling yourself out of the delusion. Understand, we are doing these Panchakrityas continuously in our life. How many of you are cognizing and understanding this? How many of you are seeing and noticing how we do the Panchakrityas? Every time you make a decision to create something, you want to create a job opportunity, you want to create a house, you want to create a new life, you are manifesting the creation phase of Mahasadashiva. Every time you want to sustain something, maintain something, You are manifesting the maintenance phase of Mahasadashiva. See, all of us do the Panchakrityas continuously in our life. We all do it. Different points, different times, but we are all continuously creating. Now, it's something that we all need to understand. We may wonder, especially like, why do I need to learn about all of these? What is the necessity for me to learn about all of these? How many of you at many points in your life feel, oh God, why is this happening to me like this in life? Or it's so cruel, or life is so cruel. Oh, I would not get this. I would not get that. All those negative conversations, the moment you remind yourself that it is you who is creating, you will not be in the side of powerlessness. You would be in the side of powerfulness, responsibility. You would be the leader of your life. Take a few minutes. You're going to cognize how you're doing these activities in your life. You will have the ability. If you want the ability to generate wealth as and when you want, you need to cognize that you have the power to create anything that you want. See your own body. The brain cells that were there 1 year before are not there anymore in you now, because those cells have already been rejuvenated. You've already created new brain cells. Your entire body is not the same as how it was just 1 year before, because you've already generated every single cell in your body. It takes almost a year to recycle, like for rejuvenating. The old cells dying and new cells forming completely from head to toe, including every internal organ. New cells have been created and you're a completely new person. Who created those cells? You. Every time you are rejuvenating yourself, simple decision, many times it's just a decision that you will want to change your thoughts. If you can change it, you have that power. Now, let's do a quick thing. We are going to be going through an internalization exercise to cognize and understand all of these. And I request all of you to listen intensely, participate intensely, and write down the steps, the exercise along with us. Yes, Arumugamaya, Vishwanatha Kanya, and Ma Jnana Pradayini, Ma Smriti. I request all of you, all the participants that are watching us, viewers that are watching us on YouTube as well, please keep posting your understandings, keep interacting with us so we can be sure. And we are here to help you in case you need any kind of assistance, you would like to know some things more deeper. Please share with us and we will help you with that. Understanding the multiple dimensions of your existence can coexist without chaos, and prioritizing simultaneously, spontaneously in you makes you chaos-free, stress-free, tiredness-free, incompletion-free, worry-free. Visualizations like 25 heads of Paramashiva, 25 eyes of Paramashiva, 50 hands of Paramashiva, all of these expand your conscious elasticity. Actually, when we talk about conscious elasticity, I want to mention a few things. Like, for me, when I joined Gurukul, right, I was 14 years old when I joined Gurukul, and to see the children in the Gurukul being so small, like 7-year-old kids, 8-year-old kids, they'll be so small. With the kind of language that the kids would be talking would be something extraordinary. First time when I joined Gurukul, it was like, wow. It was like entering a new world altogether. Like 7-year-old kids, she would come walk up to me and tell me that, like if I say, oh, it's painful, how can you experience pain? If pain is alive, you're conscious. The first
day I joined Gurukul, I thought, okay, probably because they're cheering in the satsang and they're only talking these. In front of me, something happened, which is what made me understand. Like for the first time, I understood how this is all experience. It's not just words. In front of me, actually, there were two kids that were playing, and one pushed the other one, and the kid fell off, and he hurt his elbow. And they both started talking. I expected that they may fight with each other. This is like my day 2 or 3 of Gurukul. Like I was completely new. I didn't know about Swamiji. I didn't know about Gurukul much. I'm like brand new and I joined Gurukul. And the kind of exposure I have had outside was completely different. Like the kind of kids I have met outside, or like the kind of conversation kids would have outside is completely different. So this I was expecting probably they're going to quarrel with each other. I was shocked. The conversations they had. One was asking the other one, how is it integrity to hurt this body, even though my consciousness does not experience any pain, but you're hurting this body. And the other kid is saying, no, like the language they spoke. See, when you are happy, when you're talking to someone else, I understand like you can talk anything. But when you're in that suffering or like in a pain or something, like where your life is like, you react usually. You operate only from what's in your unconscious. Swamiji had gifted all of us, even in our unconscious, we're only highly conscious. The conscious elasticity in you, more and more you start listening to these powerful cognitions, cognizing them, it will expand so high. There would be nothing called as any low point. Even in what you think as low point, you would actually be such a high conscious being. Understand? We are going to be cognizing what is this conscious elasticity. You actually unclench not just your thought channel, your liver, your kidney, your intestine, the very elasticity and plasticity of your brain change. Real unclenching is neither only going inward nor only going outward. It is expanding your conscious elasticity. Take a few minutes, cognize every single word. Each word in this is so important. Conscious elasticity means you can catch the thought before it gets formed inside you. Microscopic, and you can see the star, telescopic, and know the path that they are traveling. You have the ability to do both at the same time, simultaneously, synergetically. Every day, knowingly, unknowingly, all of us are doing all the 25 activities of Mahasadashiva. If you are in chaos, disorganized, you suffer as Bandha Jiva, bound soul. If you become organized, understand these 25 phases of you as part of you and integrate them by building conscious elasticity, you become Paramashivam. All these 25 are available to you. It's your decision. If you decide to cognize them as your own part and understand these are your own dimensions, you will become the Lord of your life. All these 25 actions you are also doing. But because we do it out of conflict, restriction, fight, internal chaos, because we do not understand all these 25 can coexist in a very orderly way. If we can organize our inner space and understand that these 25 are constantly happening in us every day in a very orderly way, we become Mahasadashiva. Let's take a few minutes. See how you are doing these 25 actions in your life. How are you doing this Srishti, creation? How are you doing this sustenance?
How are you doing the rejuvenation? Pulling in and pulling out of delusion and liberation. Can I request all of you to sit straight? Just cognize yourself as Mahasadashiva. Do it like a game, okay? You're going to try and visualizing the 25 heads. Understand it's not just the number 25. Each head, you have to cognize it. Don't just visualize like an image. You're going to be visualizing all the 25 faces of Paramashiva and just experience how you are manifesting as the different phases, manifestations of Paramashiva.
Now, in that same space of sitting as Paramashiva, we are going to enter into the power manifestation. All power manifestation happens from that space of being Paramashiva only. When you consciously cognize, witness yourself as that being with 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes, You just know that there's nothing impossible for you in this universe. So now we'll be continuing the power of consciousness over matter. As we did in the previous round, we had a needle kept in the water on which we were moving it on the surface of the water. We'll be continuing with this power of consciousness over matter, again and again understanding. See, all matter which we are perceiving is just the same low frequency of consciousness. So in this round, we'll continue moving the needle on the water. Or if you can keep the water, you can place the needle or a stick on that, on the water, and you're going to be moving it in the whichever direction that you want it, okay? Again and again, when you cognize, when you remember, yes, I am Paramashiva. At the subtlest level, there is no such thing as matter when we look at it. See, when you go into your deep sleep state, do you cognize some matter, that there's something like a world is there, there is so many problems, my boss is angry with me, or else anything? You actually even cognize it in your deep sleep? No, right? Actually, now also, we have that capability of being in that space, consciously interacting with life, making everything happen, but knowing that nothing exists. It's just a dream. That is what we do when we do the power manifestation. Are we all ready? Again, just sit as Paramashiva. Understand, if there is a will that is established in consciousness that can move my hand, which is also matter, there is a will, that same will can move the coconut in front of me, can move the needle that I have kept in the water. You can look at it at any angle, like you're moving the stick, or else you feel more connected to water because you are made out of 70 to 80% water. You feel connected, yes, I can move the water. You can even do that. Move the water and make the needle move. Any matter can be moved by your consciousness. That is the truth that Swamiji is giving us. So you can start, you can sit straight, keep the object in the water. And sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Start unclutching. Then chant the Mahavakya and sit. Look at yourself itself as Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands. You're not visualizing. Leah Khoury, you're asking, I go thoughtless and then I visualize. You are being that. You're not visualizing yourself as Paramashiva. It's not a image that you're bringing up. You are being Paramashiva in that moment. Like how you feel yourself in your body. You are feeling yourself with that much, with that many faces, that many hands, that much possibility within you. When you go to the thoughtless space, automatically you'll be able to cognize those higher dimensions of yourself. So let's start the manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
As Paramashiva, you are creating, you are sustaining,
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
you are destroying, you are the one deluding, and you are the one liberating. Your cognition of matter itself, you have created the matter. You are sustaining the matter. You will destroy the matter. You are deluded the matter, and you are liberating the matter. Because you are Paramashiva. can relax. You can verify the manifestation that has happened. Further today, we'll be going into much deeper levels of consciousness over matter, where you will really will experience the whole manifestation happening. Wow, Ma Krista is sharing that you got the straw to move. Let's all celebrate, Ma Krista. That's so awesome, Ma. And you did it with a baby in your lap. Swamiji always says the children receive the power manifestation so fast and so beautifully that when you keep them on your lap and do power manifestation, it just happens. That's so beautiful, Ma. So beautiful. The next session which we are going to be entering into is Shiva Vidya from Mrigendra Agama. We are going to be understanding deeper about that multi-dimensional activity of Paramashiva. What it means to have that 25 heads, that 75 eyes and 50 hands, and how we can be in that friendly, intimate space of oneness with Paramashiva. Let's now enter into these higher powerful cognitions from Swamiji.
I'm going to introduce Mahasadashiva, all his aspects and dimensions. Even if you don't intellectually catch it, it's okay. Just sit. At least let your intellect knows he is beyond your intellect. Even that is also in a way catching it. Knowing that you can't know it also is in a way knowing it. So you can see Mahasadashiva's, the way he describes himself in Agama with Adi Shakti. You can see him with 25 heads. I should say, head without third eye is head. The moment third eye is awakened, it's no more head, it's identity. Head becomes identity when third eye is awakened. Till your third eye is awakened, even if your head is cut, no use. Nothing is lost. Because nothing worthy is there in the head. Once the third eye awakens only, you become an identity. So, because your existence is needed. Your existence is needed for you, for society, for humanity, for the universe. Till third eye is awakened, your existence is nothing more than this animals in the slaughterhouse. People look at that only as a next day meal. It's not looked as an animal. Of course, that is not right. That is the next. So you can see him having 25 heads. First layer 9, second layer 7, third layer 5, fourth layer 3, last layer 1. Listen, actually this 25 is not number 25. It is just countless. Any identity is part of Mahasadashiva. Then it is zillion or zillions and zillions. It's countless. Listen, first unit, length, all of you understand. Your logic. breath, your visualization or emotion, heart. Understand, as long as there is only length and breadth, only these two exist. But when the length and breadth gets matured to depth, not only depth is born, in depth there are many other things born. Listen, when there is a water and land, these two are separate two units. When the water and land gets mixed, not only the fertile land is born, in the fertile land multiple things are born. How many of you are catching it? That multiple things in depth, when the length and breadth operates, the first thing starts is Shabda. Shabda. In depth, length and breadth crisscrossing. Your visualization and your logic crisscrossing. In depth manifests Shabda. Like one man, one woman becoming husband and wife and living in a home creates Shabda. Man is length, woman is breadth, house is depth. It is not just length, breadth, depth. Now the side effect starts. So that is why from the head of the depth, the multi-dimension starts. The next second layer is not called second layer, multi-dimension. Listen, because in that Shabda head, it is not one head, it is inclusion of length, breadth, depth together. So how many heads? So 4 put together is represented by one identity. Length, breadth, depth, all these are unit dimension. It is called Tattva. Unit. Listen carefully. Just now you all understood this Shabda head. This head. All of you are able to see the Shabda head. That is 4 in 1. Am I right? Which is not. Listen carefully. To give you the first initial understanding, I told that is 4 in 1. Now listen. Length is 1, breadth is length, breadth plus breadth 2. Then depth is length 1, breadth 2, depth 3. So how many? When the depth is 6, how can Shabda be just 7? How many of you are understanding? Listen. So now, 1 length, 2 breadth, 3 depth, put together goes into multi-dimension. So it is not 4. It's how many? Let's calculate. Length 1, breadth 2. So how many it becomes now? Plus 3 of the depth. So then 6 plus the 1 Shabda, the which is outcome of the 6. So how many? Shabda is not 1. Shabda is how many? 7. Listen. 7 plus this 3 plus this 2 plus this 1. How many of you are getting? So what is the Shabda number? When you look, 13. When you look superficially, how it looked? No, first 4. 1 layer depth. When you look, how it looked? 7. 1 more layer depth. When you look only where it is coming. So the Shabda head is not 7. You see how he describes, when you look in the front, 9 faces appear. When you look in the side, again 9 faces appear. When you look in the back, 9 appears. When you look this side, 9 appears. Then it is round pyramid structure. 9, any side if you see 9, it does not mean one layer has only 9. Understand? Come with me. In this calculation, I am teaching you depth. How universe multiplies. How life is multiplying. Shabda. Tell me now. Length is 1. Length 1. Breadth 2. Depth 3. So in depth, how many heads are there? So now, this gets into Shabda, where Shabda, when it is, see, till your child is born, he is part of both of you. The moment he is born, he is one independent entity. The moment Shabda is born, he is independent entity having all. Length 1, breadth 2, depth 3 as part of him. Because he has become independent, he himself has one more length, one more breadth, one more depth. Everyone is catching? So it is not plus, it is multi. Universe is multi-dimensional, not universe. The word is itself is too small. Multiverse is the right word. Now, when time is added to the length, breadth, depth, the next dimension, next unit is time. But understanding this in your cognition is very important. Time, when it is added, time is not fourth head, four head together, which is not 4, which is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. Because time is born now, it is 4. Now, when the time and Shabda gathers, forms Nada. Nada means defined sound. If the time, with the time when it forms rhythmically, it is called Nada. Shabda is wild sound. Nada is language. You understand the difference? Shabda is wild sound. Nada is language. Shabda is wild river. Nada is embanked canal. Nada kala is pure drinking water. I'll explain about that next. It is in Nada kala your will is created. Understand, your will does not belong to a language. Sometimes even what you don't describe will become reality because it belongs to intelligence. See, when you create a will to manifest power, your wordings will never be adequate. How many of you understood that? The word you generate for manifesting powers, your will, the words you generate will never be adequate instruction. It will be like a legal document only. Unsaid, unforesaid, foreseen, unforeseen. A person who can bring integrity to his thought current only can experience Nada kala. Means while you are thinking, completion. Listen carefully. Listen. While you are making a will to manifest power, if you are not comfortable and complete enough about the instruction you generated, and you are feeling very unstable, little incomplete. I don't know whether I did it right and am I completely creating the... All this, how many of you are having? That is what is non-integrity with yourself. That is why insistence on integrity. You understand, integrity is not morality. It is a spiritual power. Ability to make a clear will. Hey, this is it. Leadership, integrity is one and the same. Chastity and integrity is one and the same. Listen now. I am not asking you to practice integrity as a morality. I am asking you to practice integrity to define your nada to nada kala. Means subtle purification in your thinking. Subtle purification in your thinking makes your whole body ecstatic. The nada kala. Understand, this whole detoxification is to raise your shabda to nada, nada to nada kala. To bring you more and more integrated to your thinking. That's all, nothing else. What you want, if you can tell yourself, you can get it because you are Mahadeva. Understand? Length 1, breadth 3. How many of you are understanding? It's not 2. It is 1 plus 1 plus this one, 3. Depth 1 plus 3 plus what? 3. 1 plus 3 plus 3, 7. Because the moment depth is born, that is 3. The moment child is born, you can't keep him as you want. Because he is born out of you does not mean he will be under you. You always have this stupid thing, equating him also as equivalent to you. No, he is both of you put together and his own craziness. You never value his craziness. Understand? That is why you are shocked when you see his craziness. So now, what about time? You yourself calculate. 1 plus 3 plus 7. So what is the number? 11 plus 11. Because the moment time is born, it has all the identities of this 11 into it. Not even 11, 12. Because time is its own independent identity. How many of you are catching? What is space now? No, actually you will have to visualize clearly. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 and count. By the time coffee has come to mind, no, come back. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. I am not confusing. I am making you guys understand the futility of your mathematical length. I am just making you guys move to the next level. How many of you are catching what I am saying? It is not pyramid structure, it is living identity structure. See, again it is gone. Tell me, like, now you are in the time zone. What all you can experience? The very depth of the time. Lengths, all the things. Breadths, length and breadths. Depths, length and breadths and depths. Lengths, breadths, depths and time in time. Listen, I am not confusing you, listen. Length of the length and length of the breadth both exist in time. Length of the length and length of the breadth and length of the depth exists in time. I mean, if you are catching, because now time is born, the length of the time. I mean, if you are understanding. You may think, why should I know all this? Because, listen, even all this being informed to your depth, you will play with the powers very properly, and you will know if at all you are stuck somewhere where you are stuck, and you can just clear it. Now listen to one line. How many of you think Shabda is totality of length, breadth, depth? From that Shabda appears. Listen, yes, it appears from length, breadth, depth, no doubt. So you will put the totality of length, breadth, depth to Shabda, but it cannot exist without space. That is why multi-dimension. Anything in multi-dimension may be generated from some of the unit dimension, but it cannot exist without all the unit dimensions cooperation. How many of you are getting? So all the unit dimensions have to be present in even the first of multi-dimension. Understand? I am teaching you the tattva, unit of the cosmos. Can sound, shabda, exist without space? In length, breadth, depth, it will be generated, but it will die the moment it is generated. Only if the space, it can hold it and keep it alive. Without space, can the sound be kept alive? Then without space, the word I utter here, sound I utter here, it will die here. It will never reach your ears. It reaches your ears because there is a space. How many of you are understanding? So, multi-dimension means all the unit dimensions have to be present there. Multiple dimensions means all the unit dimension and multi-dimensions have to be present there. Now calculate. You are contemplating on Mahadeva and his glory. Understand? Only when your logic understands, it cannot capture. It allows the breath, emotion to open up, devotion to open up. When your devotion also understands, I cannot capture it. Your depth opens up. Your depth says, where am I to grasp him? Then your time opens up. Your time, when it goes crazy, the space opens up. The space only creates oneness. Listen, engaging with infinity is not to measure it, but to get disappeared, dissolved into it. So till you dissolve into it, you have to engage with it. You cannot say, oh, it is infinity, so I am sleeping. No. That is not. You have to calculate now. You have to engage with infinity. Oh, it is infinity, I came to conclusion I am sleeping is Vedanta. No. In Agama, you engage with infinity. Each of you, the numbers you arrive, that many number of powers you are going to manifest. Then decide. Engaging with Mahadeva. He is proposing, will you become me? Understand, engaging with Mahadeva, engaging with infinity. See, manifesting powers of third eye, like reading through your third eye, scanning through your third eye, is power. But understanding the fundamental principle, unit, tattva, why you are able to do? Because you connect your third eye with a third eye which is already awakened, your master's third eye which initiated you. And that third eye is connected with all the existing third eye. Then, the power you manifested through your third eye is not limited to your third eye. You can read through any third eye. That is what is powerful cognition. Understand? Now, if you have manifested 56 powers, one powerful cognition, you will manifest multiple 56 powers. 56 into 56. Because each power, when you manifest powerful cognition, you will manifest through any body available anywhere. Understand? Don't get overwhelmed. Don't feel crazy. Feel gracie, not crazy. Don't feel this is too good to be true. Yes, it is too good to be true, but true. And don't come to the conclusion, these are all not for me. Even the first power I am struggling with. Where is all this? Understand? Sometime you may not manifest in even one power, but one powerful cognition will crack in you and make you manifest all the powers, because you may be a person of length. Your predominant cognition must have been settled on length. Powerful cognitions open the length dimension in you. When the Shiva Tattva manifests in you, you will give powers to others. Powerful cognitions are the highest software with which your life needs to function. My next commitment to all of you, I'll make you experience KAILASA. The very light of KAILASA removes all the blind spots in the beings. Now I will complete Vidya Tattva and Shiva Tattva, both, and make you experience the 11th dimension. It is actually a game to make you understand and visualize each dimension, what all it consists, what it takes to generate and what it takes to sustain, what it takes to evolve. When Shabda is generated, how it is sustained as Nada and evolved as Nadakala. It is just a contemplation game to make you understand, to make you engage with the infinity. I'll just show you a simple video. How many of you saw that antimatter? I just shared in my Facebook page. I'll show you and then I'll talk to you guys about it. How many of you teleported successfully at least once? Raise your hand. All of you already produced antimatter. Understand, only if the vibhuti here, bhasma here becomes antimatter, it can travel and settle down in any place and become matter. Listen, I'll project now. This other side is just antimatter. How many of you are catching? The other side of all the heads. Avyakta. Understand? Now I have given one side. The other side is avyakta. Avyakta means antimatter, unmanifest, which exists but does not have any of the positive perceptive qualities of this vyakta. Listen, vyakta means which exists and can be perceived with a positive definition. With the positive definitiveness which you can perceive is manifest, vyakta. I know, many are thinking, anyhow, vyakta itself I have not understood, forget about avyakta. ஏண்டா மேக்ஸில் 100 மார்க் வாங்கின, இங்கிலீஷில் ஏண்டா 20 மார்க் வாங்கியிருக்க, அது பக்கத்தில் உட்காந்து எழுதுன கேள்றா, என்ன ஏண்டா கேட்குற? Means one father is asking his son, in maths you took 100 mark, why in English only 20 mark? Father, you should ask that to the fellow who was sitting next to me and writing the exam, not to me. So vyakta itself we have not understood anything. Avyakta. Listen, what we call parallel universe, unmanifest, avyakta, the delusion component of Mahadeva, Throbhava, cannot be exactly translated as delusion. It should only be translated as ununderstandable, ununderstood, or unknown.
understanding the 25 heads of Mahasadashiva. How many of you? Okay, let me start with this. What did each of you understand firstly? How many of you cognized what Swamiji revealed in this segment? Understanding the 25 heads of Mahasadashiva and understanding the sound, anti-sound, matter, antimatter, and understanding how he exists, how Mahasadashiva, the form of Mahasadashiva exists. What did each of you understand? Can I request all the participants to take a few minutes and share? This is a very, very powerful, very beautiful truth that Swamiji has revealed. Understanding how Mahasadashiva, the form, exists. And you know what is interesting? You cognizing the whole existence, the manifestation inside of you. How you may wonder all these concepts, like earlier, right? Earlier on, I used to always think all these concepts. Okay, what about it? What about matter, antimatter? And there were these when I was in Gurukul initially. I used to read some of these Stephen Hawking's book. He'd written one about the quantum theory and about the universe. So I was just a little intrigued when I started reading, but halfway through, I just lost my passion or interest for it because I thought, okay, how is this relevant to my life? How is it going to be relevant to me? But then during Mahasadashivoham time, when 2017, when Swamiji was revealing these truths, I started understanding how much the universe is, it makes sense to our life, how much it's connected to us. And understanding about the universe enables you to harness the different powers that the universe has, which we don't access, which we don't use. Or let me put it this way, which we don't even know exist. So we lose out on using them. Do you know that the stars speak a language to us? The energies of the universe, the waves, where the moon is, and what the cosmos has conveys something to us. And so does understanding what these deities represent. These forms are not simply, it is not randomly that 25 heads are placed on Mahasadashiva. No. What Swamiji detailed out is something phenomenal. It represents how you surpass one dimension to another dimension to the next to generate the higher dimensions, the next levels. Physics understood about quantum theory, atoms, subatomic particles, and then they started understanding about quarks, and then they started understanding about the string theory, basically. And they started understanding deeper and deeper about this. But it is taking thousands of years for science to grasp. But just our enlightened masters who delved into our scriptures were able to understand these sciences so precisely because the source of the creation, Paramashiva, the gods have embedded these sciences, encoded these sciences through the scriptures and passed it on to us. It's just that we are not in touch with the language that it's passed on to. And that is why avatars come. They need to communicate in a language that me or you can understand, and we can benefit from these signs. So someone has already put it all out there, and it's just a matter of you reading it and understanding it. And that is precisely what Swamiji is bridging it for us. This is such a unique, such an important concept. Ma Krista Hetman, understand, you said, right? You were very excited. You were so surprised when you saw the straw move and how the whole manifestation happened. Understand, at those moments, you are tuning in not as a Krista Hetman or not as a mom, not as a woman, not even in the human realm. You are connecting to your highest reality, which is in tune with the universe's thought current, which is in tune with the frequency that the universe functions. That's why Swamiji said, if you are able to teleport, that means you are producing antimatter. If you are able to move the matter in front of you, there is some energy that you're harnessing, which is not connected to you, or I should say, which is not really cognized by us in this physical realm. but it exists. So we are learning about how you can practically apply, harness these sciences in your day-to-day life. And that is the power, that is the way the whole universe, cosmos, manifests, functions, and lives and radiates through us. So please understand, each time when all of us experience these powerful cognitions, when you're listening to these truths, these are all not some very nice, very good brain candies to hear. These are science, science that will make sense to you much more than anything else. If you know, if you learn about this, Swamiji said that length becoming breadth, breadth becoming depth. At that juncture, Shabda, Nada is generated. The Nada Tattva. Like this, each dimension, the merging of these dimensions represents or gives birth to the higher dimensions. And this is what is Shiva Vidya. Identity awakening in us. And just these calculations that Swamiji revealed, if you understand that, you will just know how your brain expands. You'll be able to see it. The conscious elasticity happens inside of us. Okay, let's do this. Can each of you close your eyes for a few minutes? Close your eyes. Okay. Can I ask each of you to visualize Paramashiva? Visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes. Visualize it. It's okay if you take time. Just visualize. Close your eyes. Visualize Mahasadashiva, Paramashiva. Visualize the 25 heads. Now, can I request each of you to hold on to this visualization and write down in the first layer how many heads are there, in the second layer how many heads are there, in the third layer how many heads are there. Come on, let's see. You're all going to just visualize. You're not going to Google see an image and count it. You're just going to visualize as Mahasadashiva. Now I see everyone's eyes opening up wide. Yes, you have to go ahead and count exactly how many heads are there in each of these rows. So the first layer, how many? The second layer has how many? The third, how many? The fourth, how many? And the fifth layer, how many? Come on. Please start. Please write it down. Understand when you count that, actually your brain expands. I'll give you all a few minutes. Take a few minutes and please count. Write down. In each layer, write it down. In each of the layers, please pen down. Take a few minutes. Count in each of the layers. See, just visualize. When you visualize itself, your brain has to awaken. Your brain has to expand, experience a conscious elasticity. Please count and write it down. You all can see here. So in each layer, how many are there? How many of you finished? Please post your calculations. Okay. Okay, Ma Yoruzu is saying, Ma, please explain. I'm very confused about the heads. Okay. So I'll explain to you all about what these 25 faces are. Please understand. These 25 faces represent Paramashiva's manifestations in each form. See, Ma, Yoruzu, when Paramashiva performs the Srishti and when he performs the um, sustenance, when he performs rejuvenation, each of these acts that he does, each of these panchakrityas that he does, each of this is the 25 different identities. See, it is countless. Any identity is part of Mahasadashiva. But the main 25 faces represents the 25 different identities. Creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, putting in and pulling out of delusion, and liberation, all of them. So they all represent the Panchakritya of Paramashiva. The permutation combination of all of these put together makes up these 25 heads. Okay, so I'll quickly tell you all the answer. So the answer is 97531. Okay, let's see how many of you got it right. 97531. Yes. See, actually, when you count it later on, when you projected a picture, when you visualize, when you understand these layers of Paramashiva, like the faces, what each of them represents, you will start understanding the various different dimensions in which Paramashiva manifests. It's just to meditate. Length, which is basically logic, breadth, crisscrossing of length and breadth, depth is born. When the length and breadth gets matured to depth, not only depth is born, in depth, there are many other things that are born. When, for example, when water and land mix up together, water is separate, land is separate. When water and land mix up together, not only fertile land is born, the more many other things happen along with it. Like there are so many things that are born out of that fertile land. You get so many different elements, you get so many mineral soil, so many different things happen at that time. The very fundamental properties itself start transforming. Are you all understanding? The very fundamental properties of the fertile soil is completely different from this water and land as separate units. Now, understanding these panchakrityas of Paramashiva, the 5 different cosmic acts of Paramashiva, will enable you to cognize these existence as he manifests. Now, I request every one of you to sit. Let us enter into the next round of being able to move a matter. This time, you're not going to move it in the water. So, you're not going to just move it in the water. You're going to try and levitate an object in water. Are we all ready? Will you all start? Can I request every one of you to put maybe a grain of rice or an eraser, not something too heavy, at the same time, not something that already floats. It should just be something that can float in water, but which is right now not floating. Like a piece of eraser, or let's say a grain, something that's heavy, or some peel, something like that. You can just put it in the water. What you're going to be doing now is you're going to be levitating that object in water. Listen very carefully. Water has the ability to respond to your thoughts. Water responds. The molecules in water can quickly absorb and grasp our thoughts, our emotions. So the water particles get the form that they take, they are directly impacted by the thoughts that you hold, the cognitions that you cherish. Okay. Now, what you're going to do is you're simply going to visualize Mahasadashiva, the 25 heads of Mahasadashiva, and look at the water. With that, you're going to be able to levitate the object in the water. Understanding? Can I request everyone to put the glass of water in front of the camera, please? See, all of you can see. I'm just going to show you all very quickly a short experiment that happened, which will show us the different ways that water responds to our thoughts. Okay, I request every one of you to please see this for a few minutes. So this was an experiment that was conducted, which by Dr. Masaru Emoto from Japan, and he took water samples from one river and he put them in three different glasses. The first glass, he speaks the words, beautiful words like harmony, eternal, and he studied under the microscope the responses of water molecules when good words were uttered. This is for the bad words, when the word Hitler was uttered. Same way when the word love and gratitude were uttered. Joy. So you can see these are real-time pictures of how water molecules responded and how for each of the word, the water molecules formed a particular structure. You can see when the word evil is uttered, the whole water molecule gets disturbed. Peace, you can see how beautifully it forms together. Before prayer and after prayer. And see the impact of words and understand these are not just words alone. Remember, every time you are interacting with the water, how will the water know the meaning of what Hitler is? It does not respond to your words, it responds to your thoughts and your space. It's not just words. Okay, you can keep being very violent inside and say, I love you outside. Water will still not respond to it. It's the emotion, it's the thoughts, the space that you cherish inside of you. How many of you are understanding that? How many of you seeing this? Your words have power. Your space has tremendous power over existence. Each of you place water can immediately observe and respond to your thoughts, your space. Exactly, that's right, Makrista. Now, each of you put a glass of water and put something that you can levitate. You only need to visualize your Mahasadashiva, 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes. Sit and chant the Mahavakya from that space. You will actually see physically the matter will start moving. The water will respond to you. It's a simple, straight science. Someone who is not even initiated, just a scientist, he was able to create such an impact in the water. Now, we're all initiated beings who are becoming superconscious beings guided by the avatar. It is even more easier for us to manifest. Just sit now. Put a glass of water, keep eraser, grain, anything. Your only focus is visualizing you are Mahasadashiva, and with that visualization, commanding for the object to levitate. Declare that space of oneness in you and start the manifestation. See, it is again and again, remember, it's the power of space. So, what you create the space for matters. Hold the space of completion in you, and water will reflect that exact same thing. Please start the manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
How many of you have started moving?
Om
How many of
Nithyananda
you have started manifesting? How many of you see that object is actually moving? Wow. I see Ma Parameshwari, Ma Jayanti, Ma Pramila Mansi, and Ma Fatima Devistani, Ma Krishna, Ma Bhavani. Please understand. Ma Krishna, please, all of you please understand. This is when you are manifesting your power, when you move the matter in front of you, especially with water, it is at least 5 times more easier because that's a medium that responds very, very fast. You literally experience So understand, you can literally experience the manifestation, the object moving existence just by your consciousness. And it's very easily. Now, as all of us are doing this manifestation, we are going to be entering into a very, very important a very important section where we're going to be understanding about who is Mahasadashiva Murti and what does he represent? What is the principles of his stands for? So let us listen to that revelation now.
In KAILASA, Paramashiva Jnana, the knowledge of Paramashiva exists as pure frequency, Nada and Bindu, means sound and visualization. I map that down into Sanskrit, then it becomes concepts and principles. I map that down to English, then it becomes long sentences. That is why my satsangs are long sentences. So let me repeat now. Manifestation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, enlightenment, liberation. These 5. Paramashiva does these 5 as Sadashiva with 5 faces. Satyojata, Vamadeva, Tatpurusha, Ahora, Ishana. Listen. Satyojata, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Ishana. Let me repeat. Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Agora, Ishana, and Satyojata. Listen intensely. Listen sincerely. Satyojata face of Paramashiva does creation, manifestation. It is the face facing western direction. It does manifestation, Satyojata. Then Vamadeva does sustenance. Agora does rejuvenation. Tatpurusha does pulling out of delusion. Ishana does liberation. The Ishana face is looking upper direction. Listen, I'll repeat. Satyojata does manifestation. It is facing western direction. Vamadeva does sustenance, faces north direction. Agora does rejuvenation, faces south direction. Tatpurusha does pulling out of delusion, faces east direction. Ishana faces upper direction, and that does the job of liberation. Now listen. The Sadashiva, he exists doing these 5 Panchakritya. Each phase, PHASE of Sadashiva, for example, the Ishana, PHASC of Sadashiva, as Ishana Murti, he does separately 5. Tatpurusha Murti, he does separately 5 action. Agora Murti, he does separately 5 actions. Vamadeva Murti does separately 5 actions. Satyojata Murti does separately 5 actions. I'll tell you one by one. Sadashiva has 5 PHASES, paces, not faces alone, paces. Each pace has 5 faces. I'll reveal step by step. Internalize. It is very important for anybody who want to be my follower, because only if you know what is Paramashiva, you will understand the meaning of Paramashivoham. This whole thing is not just happening in KAILASA, it is happening inside you. It is happening inside your brain now. It is happening inside you now. Paramashiva is sitting inside you now. When first time Arunagiri Yogeshwara told me this, I literally jumped and touched my own feet and put it on my own head. I became so excited. I did not know what to do. Because when Arunagiri Yogeshwara was telling me this truth, it was so alive and real. Listen, please listen. Sadashiva has 5 faces, PHASES, paces. That 5 paces does creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, and liberation. Now, each pace, for example, creation, manifestation pace, that is Satyojata. That creation pace has 5 phases. How you know? Manifesting manifestation, manifesting sustenance, manifesting rejuvenation, destruction, manifesting pulling out of delusion, manifesting liberation. How can liberation come into existence unless it is manifested? How can sustenance happen unless it is manifested? So, the manifestation PHASES, pace of Paramashiva, has 5 phases, FASCE. Manifestation pace of Sadashiva has 5 phases. So manifestation itself is 5 level. So that is 5 phase. Then sustenance is 5 level. That is 5 phase. Then rejuvenation is 5 level. That is 5 phase. Pulling out of delusion is 5 level. That is 5 phase. Liberation is 5 level. That is 5 phase. All these 5 into 5, 25 phases put together is Mahasadashiva. Principle of creation getting created. Creation energy getting created. So, the permutation combination of all these 5 into 5 is 25. All the 25 happening in you now. Listen. If you meditate on this, you will understand. Some people manifesting in your life is creation. Some people leaving your life is rejuvenation. Some people getting back to your life is pulling out of delusion. Some people are adding bliss, joy to you, and you adding bliss and joy to them is liberation. All this, understand, whether it is people, places, object, health, anything you experience, it is all just the 25 principles manifesting, happening in you. If you are fighting with that happening, you are Jiva. If you are master of that happening, you are Shiva. If you sit now and complete with all these 25 happenings in your life, internally, externally, internally, some good things getting created. Some things which you think as good getting destroyed, rejuvenated. Some things getting pulled out of delusion. Some things getting liberated. Listen carefully. Everything happening in you is auspicious. If you understand that, you are Shiva. Inside you, outside you, everything happening is auspicious. I tell you, once you are initiated, once you are initiated, once you are my disciple, listen very clearly. Even if you think in your life things are falling apart, they are falling in proper place. Understand? Nothing is falling apart. They are all falling in place. Once you are initiated, you are integrated to Guru, Linga, Sangha. I tell you, nothing falls apart. You may, even if you think things are falling apart in your life, they all fall in place. Understand that. Nothing falls apart. Everything happening is auspicious. Everything is falling in place for the higher purpose. I tell you. Once you sit with that clarity, you are Shiva. If you are able to come to that clarity in your life, you are master of your life. You are Ishvara. I tell you, whoever is constantly in firefighting mode internally lives as Jiva. Whoever lives in ferocious mode internally lives as Shiva. Listen, please listen. Whatever is happening is auspicious. Things are not falling apart in your life, they are falling in place in your life for your higher purpose. Listen carefully. This 5 action like creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, liberation. These 5 principles means like creation of the universe is creation. The permutation combination of this 5 into 5, 25, is happening constantly in you. So understand the truth. Everything happening in your life is auspiciousness. With this one truth, one powerful cognition, if you sit and bring this clarity, completion, joy, restful awareness, this one principle in your life alive, then you are free from death. You are free from death. I can give you thousands of sacred secrets about death. Just catch this one truth. Everything happening in you is this 25 activities happening in your life, internally, externally. In Vedas and Agamas, in Hindu tradition, now this moment is not emptiness or nothingness, it is Purna, complete, everything. This moment, this Chana, this second, now is the time Kala Bhairava meets our consciousness, and in this moment universes come in, exists, dissolve, gets pulled out of delusion and gets liberated without chronological time gap, spontaneously, simultaneously. Meditate on it, understand. Samhara is created, creation is destroyed. Sustenance is deluded, delusion is sustained. Liberation is deluded, delusion is liberated. Creation is destroyed, destruction is created. Sustenance is destroyed, destruction is sustained. Delusion is liberated, liberation is deluded. Creation is deluded, creation is liberated. Creation is sustained, creation is destroyed. Sustenance is created, sustenance is destroyed. Sustenance is deluded, sustenance is liberated. Destruction is created, destruction is maintained. Destruction is destroyed. Destruction is pulled out of delusion. Destruction is liberated. Delusion is created, delusion is maintained. Delusion is destroyed. Delusion is pulled out of delusion. Delusion is liberated. Liberation is created. Liberation is sustained. Liberation is destroyed. Liberation is deluded. Liberation is pulled out of delusion. Liberation is liberated. Understand these 5 principles. Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Prabhava, Anugraha, manifestation, Srishti, manifestation, Sthiti, sustenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of delusion, Anugraha, liberation. Understand these 5 principles. I am reading out from Akashic records. So watch this satsang at least 5 times. Let these truths vibrate, reverberate in you. Creation is created. Creation is sustained. Listen carefully. Srishti. Manifestation is manifested. Manifestation is sustained. Manifestation is destroyed. Manifestation is pulled out of delusion. Manifestation is liberated. Sustenance is manifested. Sustenance is sthiti. Sustenance is manifested. Sustenance is sustained. Sustenance is rejuvenated. Sustenance is pulled out of delusion. Sustenance is liberated. Samhara, rejuvenation is manifested. Rejuvenation is sustained. Rejuvenation is rejuvenated. Rejuvenation is pulled out of delusion. Rejuvenation is liberated. Delusion, Trobhava, delusion. The delusion is manifested. The delusion is sustained. Delusion is destroyed. Delusion is pulled out of delusion. Delusion is liberated. Anugraha. Anugraha is manifested. Anugraha is sustained. Anugraha is rejuvenated. Anugraha is pulled out of delusion. Anugraha is liberated. Anugraha is liberation. Liberation is manifested. Liberation is maintained, sustained. Liberation is rejuvenated. Liberation is pulled out of delusion. Liberation is liberated. Understand these 5 principles of existence. Srishti, manifestation. Sthiti, maintenance. Samhara, rejuvenation. Delusion. Prabhava, pulling out of delusion. Anugraha, liberation. This 5 dimension of the universe merging with one another, crisscrossing with one another, permutation, combination of these 5 with one another makes 25 faces of Paramashiva. This 25 faces of Paramashiva is now happening simultaneously, spontaneously without time gap. Five into 5, 25 happening now in you is the meaning of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. This is the meaning of Mahavagya. Understand? This is the powerful cognition of Mahavagya. What is the powerful cognition of Mahavagya? All the 25 happening now in you. All the 25 happening now in you. Satyojata Murti, Vamadeva Murti, Tatpurusha Murti, Aghora Murti, Ishana Murti, all the 5 put together as Sadashiva Murti, and all the 5 into 5 put together as Mahasadashiva Murti is happening in you now. Understand? Listen carefully. I am teaching you the science Paramashiva Jnana, Paramashiva Vijnana, brought by Parashakti, given by Paramashiva himself to Parashakti and brought by Parashakti to planet Earth, Kanchi. And she started spreading it from Tiruvannamalai to the whole world. Understand? Few things you need to really understand. There is nothing called cheating or unnecessary component in Vedas and Agamas. Not one line of Veda Agamas are exploitative. They are extremely honest, truthful. And I really want to tell you, the extreme honesty and truthfulness of Vedas and Agamas every line, every way, the Vedas and Agamas try to explain the truth with tremendous patience. The whole knowledge, the whole life, the life positivity is unimaginable. Just listen to this powerful cognition. Paramashiva exists with an individual, independent identity with unimaginable form, formlessness, and the pure beauty. He manifests as Mahasadashiva and Sadashiva and Tatpurusha, Ishana, Agora, Satyojata, Vamadeva Murtis. In that forms also he manifests. Listen, almost all the important ideas I need to convey as an introduction to Vidyapada, I have conveyed. This last one idea, please listen. Because it is all about unmanifest. Listen, please listen. Listen. Because it is all about the unmanifest. Unmanifest means not directly perceived by your senses. But don't think it does not exist. If the software with which you are operating, if that software is upgraded, see, it's like if you upgrade your software in your iPad, in your tablet, the camera definition can be increased. It can be HD camera. The quality can be raised, or the information you capture can be processed in much higher level, in higher frequency. Capturing, processing, everything can be done in next level if the software is upgraded. Same way, unmanifest does not mean it does not exist.
How many of you understood about Mahasadashiva Murti, the principle that Mahasadashiva Murti represents? What he stands for, what he represents? Mahasadashiva Murti is that form of Paramashiva who embodies the permutation combinations of the Panchakrityas of Paramashiva. Yesterday, we all saw about Sadashiva Murti, right? Which is the 5 faces of Paramashiva. Now, we are seeing about Mahasadashiva, who is a permutation combination 5 times 5, the 5 faces of Paramashiva times the whole, each phase going through all the 5 phases. All of it put together is Mahasadashiva Murti.
And Swamiji also so beautifully explained to all of us, making all of us understand about how this happens within us. What is this 5 times 5 equals 25? How each phase by itself goes through the 5 phases. So it's like, wow, 25, the moment you start cognizing these 25 phases and phases of Paramashiva, you would start expanding so powerfully inside the speech. Many of you understood this so far. Now we are going to be just going through and understanding what we all just learned, how each phase is both PHASE and SHEE. Both of these, how they are manifesting and how they are continuing to exist, rejuvenate, putting into delusion, pulling out of delusion, and how they exist simultaneously, synergetically, spontaneously inside all of us.
So now, Can I request all the participants here to please settle down on the camera? This gives okay, Ma Krista is saying this gives her a better understanding. And also please understand, Ma, why it's important that you understand this form of Mahasadashiva is it has a very significant role to play in the way you understand your individual existence. Paramashiva exists in his form which is beyond any limitations, which is beyond any human limitations or patterns or bondages. He exists as ultimate consciousness. And in that space, he continues to perform the 25 phases, all these 5 into 5, the 25. Creation being created, creation being sustained, creation being rejuvenated, creation being put into and pulled out of delusion, and creation being liberated. Next, sustenance. Sustenance being created, sustenance being sustained, sustenance being rejuvenated, sustenance being pulled out of delusion, and sustenance being liberated. Like this, 5 also goes through the creation. Say, for example, let's say you are creating. Let's say you are creating what we can give it. Okay, let's say you're giving birth to a child. That is creation. That creation gets created at some point, and the creation gets sustained, and that creation needs to be rejuvenated as the child grows. It's rejuvenating, and that creation is put into and pulled out of delusion, and that creation is liberated. So all the Panchakrityas is happening to that one creation. Like this, all the creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation, all of them go through the Panchakrityas. Understanding? So each day, all of us are doing all these permutation combinations of Panchakrityas. Leah Kori, you're asking for a practical example. Are you understanding this? See, whether you are eating is an act of sustenance. You're sustaining. Digestion is a sustenance process. Whenever, let's say, the growth of your hair, cells being born in your body, the cells gets created, the cells are sustained, the cells are rejuvenated, the cells are pulled out of delusion and liberated. Now, all the creation went through all the 5 phases in that one phase. Are you catching it? How many of you are catching these examples? How many of you are understanding this? Yes, Malayako is saying, so everything goes in and out of delusion. Yes, that's right. Correct. You caught it. All the 5 phases in us, going through the 5 phases, we all carry these 5 phases. You know why is it so important that you understand? You need to know everything goes through these 5 phases. Everything other than you, your existence as consciousness. That is why it is important to understand this. What do? We get so attached to our wealth. We cannot let go of the wealth. We cannot be away from the wealth. So we get so attached to that creation. We think we are that wealth. We are the money that we earned. So when the money goes through its own phase of rejuvenation and it gets out of delusion and liberated, you lose your existence. You think, oh God, my existence is shaken. No. It is the law of the cosmos that everything, your most favorite person, your most loved thing, your most precious possession, your hard-earned money, your name, your fame, your wealth, health, everything goes through these 5 phases. Nothing is permanent. The only difference is what you create, what you sustain, what you rejuvenate. If you understand that, hey, let me step out of it for once, and if you observe, you will realize you are creating, sustaining, rejuvenating, pulling out of delusion and liberation. But even when the rejuvenation is happening, you still exist. Even after being liberated, you still exist. Even before creation, you still exist. That existence of you is Paramashiva. So Makrista Heltman is saying that makes me understand life changes that have happened with me recently. Swamiji said when you are his disciple, things will not fall apart, but fall into place. And I witnessed that. Beautiful. Very beautiful, Ma, actually. Very true. Nothing falls apart. Everything falls into place. And when you step out of that, see, what most of the times we do is we get so attached personally to our situations. You get so personally attached to your success. I've seen people so attached to their success, their name and fame, that they will, even the most important decisions of their life, they will let the name and fame govern their decisions. Many times they'll sacrifice the best good for them just so that they sustain that name and fame. But we get so attached to it that when that name and fame, if it is being created, it is going to go through all the 5 phases. We need to understand that. So when that name and fame gets liberated, we get shaken. If you just unclutch from this the whole mind plane, if you just step out, you will realize, oh my God, that's true. Even before this name and fame was created, I existed. Even after this name and fame was liberated, means it went. I still exist. That means I am something more than the name and fame. Like this, if you just map closely to all situations of your life, you will catch how you exist. Understand whether it is people, places, object, health, anything you experience, it is all just these 25 principles manifesting, happening in you. If you are fighting with that happening, you are Jiva. If you are master of that happening, you are Paramashiva. That's all is different. Swamiji has so beautifully summed it up in this line. If you are fighting with it, if you are trying to say, no, how can the wealth that I earned with 20 years of my hard work go? How can it have rejuvenation? How can it be liberated? No, I will clutch on to it. You are Jiva, you are in delusion. If you realize, hey, this is part of the whole game called life. It is there today, it is going to go tomorrow. If you understand that and if you deal with life, you are Paramashiva. Are all of you understanding? Are all of you catching it? Can I ask each of you to now pen down what are the situations where you are clutching to these 25 principles manifestation as Jiva? Write down what are the things that you don't want it to be rejuvenated? What are the things that you don't want it to be liberated? What are the things that you don't want it to be created? List down all of them and see what are you struggling, where and all you're struggling is Jiva, where all you can become Paramashiva. Take a few minutes and list down. I request every one of you to write this down. Just let's take 5 minutes. It will not take more than 5 to 6 minutes. Please pen them down. Even if you're able to write 5 to 6 examples, that's good enough.
Yes. So now we just had a full understanding from Swamiji about the form of Mahasadashiva, about the different permutation combination of all the five phases, and what is the meaning of it, how it affects us, and how we can, and we just did a very powerful process, but how we can overcome all the obstacles we have in our life, and how we can become in that space of Mahasadashiva by understanding and being able to see from a third person's view, being able to understand that how all the problems and see everything happening. Please understand, with this very powerful space, the powerful space of completion and understanding, that all these five phases are happening in me now, right? With this very powerful space and understanding, when we sit in that space of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, that all these five things are happening in me, you will simply be able to manifest the power which we are going to do now, right? Yes. So now we are going to be manifesting power of moving a bottle and being able to drop it. So I put all the participants get ready. You can bring your bottles, and if you want, it's even optional. You can bring any device, like tablet, any fun device to move your bottle. Until then, I'll be explaining this power. So now we are going to be sitting as Mahasadashiva. Now we are going to be sitting as Mahasadashiva, organizing ourselves with the 25 heads, 50 hands of Paramashiva, and untouching from everything you have. Nithyananda. Apologizing for the technical issues. Audio is not clear. So yes, so now we are going to be, I hope I'm audible now. Okay, Nithyananda. Yes, Nithyananda, I'm apologizing for the technical issue. Our audio is not clear. I hope I'm audible now. So now we are going to be manifesting the power of consciousness over matter, where all the participants will be moving their bottles and toppling them over. If you want, you can even bring any silicon device, any electronic device. It can be your laptop or your tablet or your phone. Yes. So we are going to be manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. And Swamiji just beautifully explained about how we always about Mahasadashiva, right? Swamiji explained about the 25 times 25, 50 heads of Mahasadashiva, and how when we understand that we will be able to manifest that and radiate that. So now we will be holding that same cognition, that same powerful cognition which Swamiji gave in our inner spirit, and we're going to be manifesting this power. So I request all of you to
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Nithyananda, we apologize to all the participants for the audio issue that you all faced. And many of you were not able to hear Ma Brahma Yoga and Ma Devasmarana. We apologize for that. Hope all of you are able to hear us better now. Okay, so let's get back to manifesting this power. Morning, we all manifested moving with water. Then we manifested levitating an object in the water. Now, we are going to be manifesting the power of being able to topple a water bottle. Yes, It's a very, very interesting, very cool power. So let me get started with that. Can I request every one of you to get a water bottle, place it in front of the camera, but place it upside down. So the water bottle is upside down. Come on, can I request every one of you to bring?
One thing is, we all are learning such advanced levels of manifestation. See, engage with this without tiredness and boredom. Okay? Even the participants who have been attending multiple programs, I request all of you during power manifestation, just be here, let's all sincerely fit into the manifestation, engage with it. Come on.
See, understand, when you are manifesting power, you are tapping into your consciousness. You are literally harnessing the power of your conscious manifestation. Means you're literally waking up the Paramashiva sitting inside of you. So please do this sincerely. No power manifestation is a light one. No power manifestation is something. Everything is a conscious resource. Everything adds immense conscious value to you. Sunil Yadavaya, could you bring the water bottle, please? Put the water bottle upside down. You have Atmalinga? Okay. Even any small plastic bottle would do. See, do a different round. I see you have the Atmalinga, but even if you can put something small, that will do good. If you don't have anything, then it's okay. Put Atmalinga on the on a tab or a device on your phone or something like that. If you don't have, it's fine. No problem. Okay, Alexia. Perfect. Yes. So listen very carefully. Now, what all of you are going to do is, you all can place any object, the water bottle on the, you can place the water bottle on a tab or a phone, any silicon object, anything. Basically, all devices are made of silicon. So you can put the water bottle, your tab on your tab or on your phone or on your iPad. It could be any screen. So you're going to be putting it on that. Make sure your iPad or your device is off, and you're going to place on that. We all did with water, right? Now we're moving to the earth element based on which you're manifesting. So what you're going to be doing now is you're going to be keeping the water bottle on the silicon device, and you're going to be manifesting the power of rolling it off. Basically, listen very carefully. Swamiji tells the silicon has the ability, just like how I showed you the experiment with water. The earth element has the ability to receive and amplify the instruction that we give. So I request every one of you to take a few minutes and keep the water bottle on a silicon surface. You're only going to focus on passing the command to the silicon surface. Kion Lemese, please could you put the water bottle? I'm not seeing the water bottle in your camera. You have it? Okay. Come on, every one of you, don't miss this. Quen Wang, your water bottle also, please can you put? And Xia Feng, do not hold it. You should not hold your water bottle. I request the Chinese translator to please share with them, and don't put the cup. See, you're putting an inverted tumbler. No, put a water bottle which has water inside it. So it should be like not full, just half. So put it inverted. I'm seeing one participant called Zizi Feng. Yeah, do not put a tumbler, do not put a cup. You should not put a cup. Keep a inverted water bottle filled with water, and you should not hold it. See, this water bottle should not be in physical contact with you. It should just be kept aside. Sanjay Cree. Okay, sorry, I'm just seeing your question. You're asking how does the name and fame go through the 5 phases? See, there's some point at which you create the name and fame, you sustain it, and then you rejuvenate. It means you discover different ways, you keep rejuvenating it. So at some point, there's a low. Everyone who has, there's a stagnation and there's a low in that name and fame. And then you pull yourself out of delusion. And then the liberation happens, right? So all the 5 phases happens to the name and fame. At some point, it ceases to exist. At some point, it just seems like it's all falling apart. So all of these together. Okay, great. Now I see it. Now listen very carefully. You are going to be placing the water bottle on a silicon surface, and you're going to be moving. You're going to be moving the water bottle just through your conscious will. I will play a video where you all can see how people are moving the water bottle. It is very simple, very easily possible. You will be able to easily manifest it. Okay? Can I request all of you to sit straight? Shanta Mahavakya. You just put the water bottle and leave it. Swamiji will take care of manifesting. You sit, chant the Mahavakya continuously inside of you. You all can see how this one of the participants is manifesting it so beautifully. You will actually see how the water bottle starts rotating. Do you all see? There is no physical contact and there is nothing pushing it, nothing moving it. It is purely the power of consciousness. The water bottle just rotates. You will be experiencing the same manifestation right now. Sit, all of you sit and do it intensely. And I request everyone to keep the bottle in such a way it's visible in the camera, please. Ma Jing Hua Chai. Do not hold it. Do not touch the bottle. See, the bottle should not be touched. It should just be left on the tab, and make sure one thing is in this video, you see the tab is on. Please turn off the device that it doesn't cause any vibration. Do not touch the bottle. See, you're going to be moving it only through the power of consciousness. Ma Alizu, that's correct. Ma Alizu, perfect. Now, chant the Mahavakya. You will see that the bottle will listen to you. Understand it has water and earth, both. The water inside the bottle will listen to your command. Please chant the Mahavakya continuously. All of you just see it, connect with it. You will start feeling if this moves, I can also move. And just start manifesting.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Continue to manifest. See, bring your whole awareness just to move the object with the understanding that your consciousness, that's all. That is all is the game. The whole play is just that. Coming to the understanding that your consciousness, because your consciousness, you can move the matter in front of you. I request everyone, do not get distracted, do not lose your focus. Very nice. Ma Alihu, I am seeing you manifesting very beautifully, Ma. You will just see the object will move in front of you. Ma Xingmei Zia. I can see your bottle, Ma. Please, could you put your camera in such a way where I can see your bottle? Ma Tanja Gebi and all the others. Come on, please keep it straight. Ma Isabel. Yes, Ma Isabel, that's your bottle. Ma Jnana Pradayini, Ma Jennifer Poirier, Ma Anandeshwari, put the phone down. Don't hold it in your hand. Please keep the phone down without touching. You should not touch the object. I'm also saying my links and touching the object. Do not touch the object. See, it should not be with physical contact. Without touching it, you should manifest. Ma Fatima Dehastani, wonderful. Now, Ma Fatima, visualize you are Paramashiva, your oneness with Swamiji. With that, just command for the object to move. Don't try to concentrate, focus. No. Just be blissful in your inner space and just declare for it to move.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya
Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Nithyanandam, how many of you have started manifesting? Even a small thing you're able to move, it is a manifestation only. How many of you are actually able to move the water bottle? Wonderful, Ma Dahanananda. My water bottle moved from top of the tablet to middle, but I didn't see it move. It's okay. See, if you have, that's why Ma, recording is very, very, very important in this. Because only when you record, you yourself would know what is the manifestation you have done. And you yourself would be confident. That's one of the main reasons why you should record your power manifestation. It's so important that you record because only then you would be confident, yes, I have actually manifested it. Very nice, Soma. Understand? Even any of you have seen it move, even if any of you have seen it like move or vibrate, it's all beginning of indication that it's time manifest. Beautiful. Now next is very, very important. We are going to understand about how you can rewire the brain. And understand, we're going to have a very important meditation process at the end of it. And this is a very important preparation technique for today's meditation. So please do not miss research and everyone of you to the meditation technique to understand what rewiring is.
From monkey to man, the whole breakthrough started just by one simple act. One monkey started walking with the two legs first time. Surely he must have felt very awkward. Other monkeys would have made fun of him. They would have teased him. A lot would have happened. They would have even boycotted him from the community. He would have faced social boycott, whatever. For some reason he decided to walk with two legs. Understand? That brought the first breakthrough. When monkey started walking with the two legs, the intense blood flow to the brain started going with less speed. Less speed means more possibility for the subtle grooves to develop. More subtle grooves means more subtle activities, possibilities opening up. Means more subtle abilities manifesting. That is the way the perception of consciousness became possible for the brain. Understand? The perception of consciousness became possible for the brain because the subtle grooves started developing in the brain due to less blood flow. Please, you need to understand, the word less blood flow should not be understood wrongly. The speed and the force gushing, all that was less, but whatever is needed continued to be available. It is this simple act made the breakthrough of monkey to man possible. Getting refined is spiritual growth. Spiritual growth means your ability to experience consciousness, your expertise in experiencing consciousness. Your expertise in experiencing enlightenment is spirituality, nothing else. The subtle mind with tremendous awareness, the whole blood flowing into the brain, what your brain can catch as the experience of consciousness, subtlety of that experience, your expertise in catching the experience of enlightenment, pure consciousness, that defines how much you have grown spiritually. Understand, your spiritual growth is not defined by whether you have become brahmachari or a swami or a kotari or a tanedar or a mahant. No. It is defined how much you can catch the experience of consciousness, your expertise, the ability of your brain's power, ability of your brain's expertise, the subtle grooves of your brains, its ability and expertise to catch the experience of consciousness. The experience of consciousness, that makes experience of that makes you spiritual. I tell you, all spiritual practices are just to develop that subtle brain grooves in you to catch the pure consciousness. Whether you sit in the banks of Ganga in silence in Haridwar, or you sit in the silence of Manikarnika, Mahasmashana in Varanasi, or you sit in the silence of Gomukh, Tapovan, understand, when your brain grooves, the subtle brain grooves, are able to catch the concept of consciousness, the spirituality is awakened in you. It's beyond body, mind.
Okay. The other concept that, if I try and think about it too hard, really scares me, is because I can't wrap my mind around it, is the idea of infinity. Like the idea of...
You don't have to think, you can't grasp unless your brain grows that subtle grooves which gets awakened by Kundalini. Once the Kundalini gets awakened, then God, the word will become so real for you, the I word will become empty for you. See, when I utter God, it has so much meaning for me. When I utter the word I, it has no meaning other than the word I am uttering. For you, when you utter the word I, it has so much meaning for you. When you utter the word God, it is just emptiness. So the shift will happen when the Kundalini reaches Sahasrara.
Okay, cool.
Every object creates some subject in you. When you see even the photograph of a food, well organized, idli, chutney, sambar, gongra, urga, If you are a non-vegetarian person, all those non-vegetarian items, the moment you see the photograph, something is triggered in you. It's one small example I am giving. I can give hundreds of examples. Whether it is food or lust, anything, or sacredness, even sacredness. If you are habituated to praying to a God, if the moment you see his deity, something is created in you, awakened in you. So each object creates certain subject in you. And if there is an object which has created awakened subjective truth in me, I can use that same object to awaken that same subjective truth in you. Master is a person in whom the subjective truth has become reality. Shivoham, the highest subjective truth, becomes reality, and whatever objects made that experience as reality in him, he can use that and make even your subjective reality awakened. He can give you also the same experience of Shivoham. Listen, whatever experience he achieved, he can awaken that same in you. Understand the subjective truth Shivoham can be awakened by the external help like yantras, mantras, and Kundalini initiation. I am introducing this science to the world. It was available in the Vedic tradition, but to this planet I am introducing now. It's not that all the Vedas were revealed to, all the Vedas are revealed already to human beings. This science of using sound, the science of using simple lines to awaken yourself and awaken others is such powerful science. See, subjective truth is the base on which your life should be built. Subjective truth is the foundation on which your life should be built. If you do not build a conscious subjective truth like Shivoham, the ultimate truth, unfortunately you will be building your foundation, your life on your low inner image, incompletions, your fear and your greed. On your fear and on your greed, you may start building your life. First, choose conscious inner image. Shivoham. First, choose conscious inner image. Shivoham. Please understand, enlightenment is building your life on the right foundation, subjective truth. It is on the right foundation, subjective truth. Cherish Shivoham again and again. Strengthen the truth Shivoham again and again. Live the truth Shivoham again and again. Meditate on this great truth again and again. This truth Shivoham, once it gets rooted in you, doesn't allow your inner image, mamakara, to weaken you. It doesn't allow your inner image, mamakara, to weaken you. Understand? I'm just trying to get the right words. How this whole truth can be explained to all of you in simple terms, in simple words. How the whole truth can be awakened in simple terms, in simple way. Understand subtle grooves of your brain when it starts understanding the happenings inside you. It can understand any mathematics, any science, any chemistry, any geography, any history. See how you remember your past, the same way only history is written. That is a formula of history. How you remember certain facts, exaggerated, certain facts neglected. Same way, mathematics. What all the basic understandings you have to add, subtract, multiply, divide. If you can grasp the happenings inside you with a subtle sensitivity, you can grasp any happening outside. As I said, whether it is geography or mathematics or history or science or chemistry, biology, everything in the outer world you can understand if you can grasp the subjective truth. That is why I am saying the subjective truth, you need to let it sink in you, get soaked in you. Let it be soaked in you. Let it sink in you. Just like how food, sex, all this becomes a bio-memory of ordinary man, this Shivoham, experience of enlightenment, should become bio-memory. All this transmutation processes, the word may look too big, so don't worry, means balancing the system and awakening the whole consciousness to your whole body is what I call transmutation processes. Means some parts of your body becomes insensitive to the existence because of the job it is doing. Like a feet,
because of the continuous walking, it becomes insensitive. Your cheeks, how they are sensitive. They don't become, they lose sensitivity to the reality. But for the complete Kundalini awakening, your whole body needs to be alive and experiencing the reality and ability to experience the higher consciousness.
What is possible and not what is not possible is defined as part of the language.
Rajaji, from my experience, I tell you, all the people whose mother tongue is the language with multiple option words, for example, just for this one, Sanskrit may have 300 words. The multiple option word mother tongue people have a very high developed brain grooves. From my experience, I saw. So in a way, I will say, for example, if you utter a word cow, and the time it takes for the English person to grasp the visualization of the cow, and a Sanskrit person, ko, and the time it takes, at least 100. Means the person who knows the Sanskrit catches it less than 100th time with a more precision, because the words there is wide option. So brain by its nature requires to be in high alert when you handle that language. Through the 5 phases, Paramashiva does manifestation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. Satyojata, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Ishana. These are the 5 phases. He resides in his supreme Paramashiva Swarupa as Ajomuha or Adhomuha, unborn, beyond form, formlessness. Is Paramashiva Swarupa. That Paramashiva Swarupa manifests with these 5 phases as Sadashiva, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Satyojata, Ishana. 5 phases he manifests and does the Panchakritya, Srishti, manifestation, Sthiti, sustenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Trobhava, pulling out of delusion, Anugraha, liberation. Understand? He does all these 5 jobs.
Nithyanandam, Swamiji revealed a very, very important science, a very important truth for all of us. Each activity that you do, every single day, it creates a neural pathway. It has a physical sort of connection in your brain. So anything that you repeat over and over and over, it creates a what we call as a wiring in the brain. Now, this wiring in the brain that we all have has multivarious patterns, incompletions, thought currents, etc. we store inside of us. Each of this sits inside of us as a certain thought current, what we call as one of the wiring in the brain. Now, each pattern inside of us is a wiring in the brain. Now, the rewiring of the brain is possible just by understanding your consciousness. Spirituality, Swamiji says, is defined by how much you can catch the experience of consciousness. Your expertise, the ability of your brain's power, the ability of your brain's expertise, the subtle grooves of your brain, its ability to catch and grasp the consciousness is your productivity in life. Every one of you that are sitting here, please understand your ability to grasp consciousness, your ability to live the truth. You are manifesting the space of consciousness inside of you. Please understand, listen very carefully. The more and more you grasp the truths, the more and more you absorb these truths, you start manifesting these experiences in you. Okay, tell me this. How many of you here have experienced, many times when you suddenly listen to the satsangs, okay, you will suddenly feel like you're so fresh, awake. Suddenly you'll feel like, oh my God, yes, I can relate to it, I can relate to it. How many of you felt like that? Mananda Shakti. I see you smiling, nodding. How many of you have experienced that? Whenever you listen to Swamiji revealing something, you feel like suddenly, yes, suddenly you just feel like, oh my God, so true. Understand, because physically you are manifesting that experience. Your brain is processing, reciprocating, and recreating that powerful cognition inside of itself. It's making like a new track inside of itself. Malia Kori is asking, what is it that unborn and beyond form or formless? Can you explain? Repeat. I'll explain. Beyond all your known, unknown, however you exist, beyond all these forms, you exist as consciousness. You exist as Paramashanta Swarupa. Now, that Paramashanta Swarupa of you, that consciousness which is untouched, undisturbed. See, there's a part of you, core part of you which exists even before you were born. There's a core part of you which exists, which will exist even after you cease to exist. There is a core part of you that is not affected by the sorrows, joys, all of these. All of these exist inside of you. That component is what we call as the formless, ajomukha, unborn, unmanifest. Malia Kori, whenever we get caught in emotions, right, it's only one part of us. Notice yourself in your highs, lows, notice yourself in all situations. There's always that one part of us which is undisturbed. And most of us derive strength from this one part. That part of us is what we call as consciousness. And all the spirituality is to discover that part, consciousness inside of us. Once the Kundalini gets awakened, you start exploring, you start manifesting that part of you. Now, understand, we are going to be having a very beautiful exercise, or I would say a process that Swamiji is conducting, which is the 25 dimensions of Paramashiva. This process will help you understand the one factor that stops you, that disturbs you from you manifesting that experience. See, take a few minutes. You take a few minutes now and please pen down. I request every one of you to do this. See, the only thing that stops you, comes in between you and enlightenment, comes in between you and your Paramashanta Swarupa, is laziness. Pen down 5 instances where you started something and broke it the second day. For example, let's say you started gym one day, next day broke it. Like that, list down. Now, pen down instances wherever you created this laziness pattern inside of you. I request everyone to do it for 5 minutes. See, understand, the biggest enemy for awakening the non-mechanical parts of your brain, for enlightenment, for achievement of anything in life, is laziness. Pen down 5 instances where you started something and broke it the second day. Please pen down. And once you are finished pinning down, you can put your done in the chat. Just put done, so we'll know you're done. Please relax. Have you all finished writing? Have all the participants finished writing? Now, all of you listen very carefully. Please keep a piece of paper and pen ready with you. We are going to be entering into a process through which somebody is going to be literally awakening the Paramashiva component in us. Okay? Can I request all of you to sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line? Please sit. Now let us all enter into this very powerful process.
Listen to this great truth. Declare your integrity to Paramashiva. Request Paramashiva. Only with His grace you can even bow down to Him. Ask Him to give you the grace to bow down to Him, connect with Him and have devotion and manifest Him. That's enough. That's enough. He will manifest and bless all of us. So now, sit straight. Let's dissolve into Paramashiva. Let Paramashiva manifest now in all of us. Sit straight with the original verses, original words of Paramashiva. Understand, Paramashiva himself uttered these words in Agama to describe himself. I am going to utter the original words of Paramashiva and invoke him in all of us. He is going to manifest now. Sit straight. Close your eyes. Om Satyo Jatam Prapathyami Satyo Jataya Vai Namo Namaha Bhave Bhave Nati Bhave Bhavasvamam Bhavodbhavaya Namaha Vamadevaya Namo Jyeshtaya Nama Sreshtaya Namo Rudraya Nama Kalaya Nama Kalavigaranaya Namo Balavigaranaya Namo Balaya Namo Balapramadhanaya Nama Sarvabhuta Damanaya Namo Manonmanaya Namaha Akorebhyo Takorebhyo Gora Gora Darebhyaha Sarvebhyo Sarva Sarvebhyo Namaste Astru Rudra Rubebhyaha Tatpurushaya Vitmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat Isanas Sarva Vidyanam Ishwaras Sarva Bhutanam Brahmatibatir Brahmanotibatir Brahma Shivo me Astu Sada Shivom. Meditate on Paramashiva with 25 heads.
ஏகதயாநிதி ஈஸ்வரனாம் நம ஈன்றவள் சூருக்கு காவலனாம் சாஸ்வதமானவன் ஈஸ்வரனாம் நம் சாகச செயலுக்கு மூலவனாம் சிவபெருமான் யுக சுகம் தருவான் வழியுரைத்து நல்ல வரம் தருவான் சன்னதி வந்தோர்க்கு நிம்மதி தந்தாளும் ஈசனை நேசனை போற்றிடுவோம் நடனசபேசன் திருவருள் நாடி நடப்போம் நடப்போம் மதுரை பதி தேடி
தருவாரே
லோகநாதர் சிவன் போற்றி, அந்த சந்தியா காலத்து சனி போற்றி, நவசந்தி தாண்டவ குரு போற்றி, அந்த மகா பிரதோஷ நாள் போற்றி, தேய்பிரையில் அந்த வளர்பிரையில் தேடிச் சென்றால் அருள் கூடிடுமே, நர்த்தனம் காட்டும் ஆடிய பாதம் திருமுகம் கண்டால் நலந்தானே, தேடிடும் கண்களில் ஆடிடும் பாதம் தெரியும் தெரியும் இது நிஜமே. கனலென மூழ்வது சிவன் தேகம், பெரும் கருணைக்கு ஈடு அவனாகும், ஐந்தனானது பிரதோஷம், நல்ல சுபிட்சத்தை அருள்வது பிரதோஷம், பௌர்ணமியில் சிவ பூஜை செய்தால் சிவனவனின் அருள் நம்மை சேரும், ரிஷபத்தில் தோன்றும் ஈஸ்வரன் கோலம் பார்த்திட கூடிடும் சந்தோஷம், திருநீரு பூசி திரிசூலம் தாங்கி இறைவன் அருள்வான் கோடி வரமேந்தி. திருக்கோவில் வாசல் முன் தோன்றும் அந்த நந்தி தேவன் அருள் வேண்டும், பிரதோஷ காலம் வரும் நேரம் அவன் திருவருள் யாவும் கை கூடும், எம்பெருமான் வரும் வாகனமே எப்பொழுதும் நம் துணை வருமே, முன் நின்று நந்தியின் காதினில் கூறிடும் செய்திகள் சிவனது செவி சேரும், இம்மையில் நலம் தரும் சிவனது அருளால் எடுத்த செயல் யாவும் ஏற்றம் பல காணும்.
अंबिकापतये उमापतये पशुपतये नमो नमः। ॐ नमो हिरण्यबाहवे हिरण्यवर्णाय हिरण्यरूपाय हिरण्यपतये अंबिकापतये उमापतये पशुपतये नमो नमः। ॐ नमो हिरण्यबाहवे हिरण्यवर्णाय हिरण्यरूपाय हिरण्यपतये अंबिकापतये उमापतये पशुपतये नमो नमः। सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो। ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो। ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो। तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात्। महादेवाय विद्महे रुद्रमूर्तये धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात्। अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्र्यम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय त्रिकाग्निकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदाशिवाय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः। अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्र्यम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय त्रिकाग्निकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदाशिवाय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः। श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः। श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः। शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
ॐ सत्यो जातं प्रपद्यामि सत्यो जाताय वै नमो नमः। भवे भवे नाति भवे भवस्व मां भवोद्भवाय नमः। वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमदनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः। अकोरेभ्यो तकोरेभ्यो घोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यो सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्। ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपतिर्ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवोम्। ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्। I bless you all to manifest Paramashiva. I'll continue in the further satsangs to explain each of the murtis, Sadashiva Murti, Tatpurusha Murti, Ishana Murti, Vamadeva Murti, Ahora Murti, and take you to the deeper levels of Paramashiva's experience. So now, don't miss the satsangs, next satsangs. That's one. Second, essence of today's satsang is universe is not obligated to make sense to us. Only we are supposed to be making sense to universe. And declare this to Paramashiva, your surrender and integrity. Request him to manifest in you and your life. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Each concept, it is said that by Vidya, the knowledge cognized from the right context of grasping the truth, consciousness and the superficial knowledge acquired from the wrong context of grabbing without cognizing the subtle truth, certainly a different result is achieved. Similarly, it is said that by avidya, the authentic actions and the ignorant actions, a very different result is achieved. Thus, we have listened from those wise beings who explained that absolute principle to us. Listen. Purvapaksha. Things which need to be done first need to be done first. When your body is dried with the testosterone and estrogen hormones, your brain develops certain very subtle, most subtle, powerful grooves, zones where superconscious can reflect in its original pure form without any delusion, manipulation, interpretation, interference. Please listen. I am making a very significant statement. When your body is dried with the testosterone and estrogen, means male female hormones, your brain develops certain most subtle powerful grooves where the pure superconsciousness can reflect in its original form, in its original existence, the reflection is so pure, so authentic, it is as good as the original. That is the reason the context, Purva Bhaksha, the pre-preparation, is needed for enlightenment process. I am not saying everyone should become celibate, everyone should become sannyasi. No. But when your seeking becomes very intense, when your whole body and mind boils with the seeking, automatically body and mind evolves to a level where your body dries up and brain develops this rich, subtle grooves where superconsciousness can reflect beautifully, powerfully. I wonder the sophistication with which these Upanishadic rishis were able to reflect the whole reality. I tell you, the detail with which they describe the stars and the planets in Vedas and Agamas, you will be shocked. Even I was wondering, how did they see? Unless you see, you can't pen down so detail, such detail. The biggest conspiracy done against Bharat is the Indian astronomy and astrology was not given its due respect and legitimacy, brushed aside in the name of myth and mythology. If you read, you will understand. Oldest in the future, longest possible prediction can be done only by our calendar, Panjiga. Science is so perfect. I used to wonder, what was the telescopes they used? What was the satellites they used? How did they so precisely record the details? Actually, the exact method happened. I saw in the cosmic records. One rishi will sit in samadhi and reflect the whole cosmos in his inner space. The other rishi will just see his inner space, do fast forward, just like how you handle the iPad and pen down. That's the way they have done it. He will become so pure, complete completion, his inner space will just reflect the whole Milky Way, the whole cosmos. And the other rishi who is recording will push, pull, do fast forward or rewind, even zoom in, zoom out and pen down. Understand? more and more your inner space gets into completion, more and more you will catch the sacred secrets about the source, cosmos. This question, by whom? Keneshitam. The Kena Upanishad, the essence of Kena Upanishad, you can experience the essence if you make your inner space completely complete. If you are ready with the completion, I can just show the exact reflection of Keneshitam. By whom? In this Upanishad, Devi is the Guru. Understand? It is directly from Devi, Uma. First time the word Uma appears in this Upanishad. Devi is addressed as Uma in this Upanishad. The word Ishvara, Isha, is used for Mahadeva in the first Upanishad. The word Uma is used for Devi in this Upanishad. You can reflect, capture, visualize exact, most subtle visualization with a little completion inside. Please understand. Understand this example. A 7 or 8-year-old child is made to see pornography again and again. The physical maturity age is quickened more than 70%, means the physical maturity, if it is supposed to happen at the age of 14, it is drastically brought down. By the age of 8, the body will be physically matured. If the body is made to visualize again and again the sexual action through pornography or some reminding, because whatever your brain visualizes, body becomes ready to it, make that into reality and experience. The brain makes that into your experience. That is why I say, if you want next generation to be sexually healthy, ban pornography. We always have a wrong idea. It is through porn next generation is going to enjoy the sex. No. It is going to be a big disease. If you want the next generation to have a healthy sexual life, ban pornography. Because that is going to reduce the age of physical maturity, which is going to drastically destroy the health of the next generation. Understand the truth I am trying to convey. Anything your brain can capture and enjoy, your life will make that into reality. If your brain can capture and enjoy the most subtlest understandings of cosmic sacred secrets and the spiritual powers, you will become just yogi, divya shariri. If you enjoy pornography, your body will be physically matured. If you enjoy the subtle powers, subtle understandings, simply your body will become Divya Shariri. You will become yogi, Bala yogi, Bala Sant. Bala Sant is a person whose brain captures all these highest conscious truths, subtle truths while you are young. The way your brain captures these great truths, simply your body starts manifesting it. You become yogi, you become a Divya Shariri, you become embodiment of Mahadeva. You become Bala Sant. Understand? Ability to reflect the subtlest truths. Ability to reflect the sacred understandings. Ability to catch the most sacred bliss. Ability to capture the powerfulness of the consciousness. Ability to look into the source of the cosmos happens with tremendous completion and peace in the inner space. So before entering into this Upanishad, I request all of you today, spend time doing completion. All major sufferings, whether it is physical or mental, you go through in the life will be connected to that root pattern. It is the root pattern responsible for serious physical or mental sufferings you go through. It starts only from there. And blessed are those who complete with their root pattern when they are young or before it manifests as any serious disorder. How many below 30? Raise your hand. You guys are the real blessed. Real blessed. Because it will never manifest as any disease in you. It's killed. Means the poison is destroyed before it can damage any part of you. Of course, others also, poison is destroyed, but now I have to heal the parts which is already been damaged. The toxic mental setup which is already created, the subtle brain grooves get developed based on your thinking pattern. That needs to be completed. Means that work has to be done by tomorrow, next, the few sessions. Before 30, the strong grooves don't get developed. That is almost like a rangoli only. You can wipe it by ordinarily. But after 30, it's almost like they say in Guru Gita says, whatever Brahma writes with the hand, Guru wipes by leg. Brahma writes by hand, Guru wipes by leg. So this is the wiping I am supposed to do. The subtle grooves you develop in your brain with your toxic mental setup. I tell you, If at all you guys have one more Janma, take birth in Indian village where this Ramayana, Mahabharata, all these great things are constantly screamed and heard. That's the beauty of Tiruvannamalai, the village I was born and brought up. Every day some old man will have one free mic, some Purana in the temple. Kanda Purana, Shiva Purana, Ramayana, Mahabharata. Forcibly they will put some cosmic principle in your head. You cannot be in depression. How long you will resist? How long you will resist? 2 days, 3 days, after that? Someday it will get into your ears. These cosmic principles, when you cherish them, completely unconnected problems get solved. You will never understand how can my half an hour thinking about the cosmos and the size of the cosmos and the automatic intelligence of the cosmos heal my gastric trouble. It heals. When you think of the lever of the cosmos, your liver gets healed. I tell you, listen, any cosmic principle, you don't even need to seriously practice it. Just like a sipping cup of coffee, if you sip and very casually flirt with them, romance with them, those cosmic principles, you will see your third eye just goes up, zoom, and refueled. The whole third eye, thankful. Then you can run your life for quite a long time. Cherishing cosmic thought currents, cosmic principles, cosmic understandings. What Mahadeva talks about cosmology, how he introduces the principles of cosmos, how he introduces dharma, how he introduces the cognition, the individual cognition and the cosmic cognition, how he introduces the microscopic and telescopic understandings. Understand? The microscopic and telescopic understandings about the Brahmanda and Pindanda, macrocosm and microcosm. Even a simple cherishing fuels your third eye and you start manifesting powers. You may just sit and think about how many cosmos, Brahmanda, Bhuvana exists. By the time you open your eyes, your wealth problems would have been solved. I have seen this happening, understand. Logically you may not be able to connect at all. How come? I was thinking about that and this is solved. Because cosmic principles always iron out your blind spots of why you exist and how you exist. Why you want to exist and how you exist. That blind spots get cleared. That is what I call third eye opening. That is what I call third eye opening. You want to exist for
excellence, but you exist for some selfish attachment only to realize the hopelessness and emptiness of your so-called ignorant desires. Listen, I am not at all against the desires getting fulfilled, reality. I am only against you running behind something which can never be fulfilled. Or if it is fulfilled, it will be more dangerous to you. In the name of desire, you are running behind siren. Understand, activating the whole brain and making all the non-mechanical parts of the brain active and alive is the field almost every religion, every philosophy, every branch of the science is enamored, working, researching. Understand? Making the whole brain active, awakening the non-mechanical parts of the brain. I can say in a way almost the goal of all religions and philosophies. In the modern day, every scientific field, every field, all that names, neuroscience, the field of psychology, psychiatry, you can name. All of them are enamored, doing research, spending billions in this field. Best way to work on your brain, awaken all the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Awaken your whole brain. The best way is to make more and more super consciousness manifest in you. More and more higher states of consciousness sinking in you. How? Starch in the rice and milk is absorbed by the brain, and brain started growing bigger and bigger when human beings have started vegetarian lifestyle, rice and milk as their regular food. Listen carefully. How brain absorbs the starch food from rice, starch from rice and milk. It absorbs super consciousness during the time of the puja. It awakens itself and all the non-mechanical parts of the brain starts working, becomes super brain. Brain becomes super brain when you feel, when you establish yourself with the oneness. Listen carefully. When you fall in tune with the oneness,
I'll give you a very beautiful, precise method of oneness. Understand? The deep I you feel is actually Paramashiva. So decide, Paramashiva breathes in you and your individual breathing is too shallow. Your existence is Paramashiva. Your individual breathing is too shallow. So sit with that heavy presence of Paramashiva as you. You will see all the non-mechanical parts of your brain is awakened. All the brain cells are fully alive. All 25 faces, identities of Paramashiva is awakened in your brain. All the 11 dimensions are available to you. All the 5 aspects of Paramashiva manifest through you. His 25 head and 50 hands is the real body you are carrying. Just like you are not aware of the tip of your hair, you may not be aware of those 25 heads and 50 hands, but that does not mean it does not exist. You may not be aware of the tip of your hair, that does not mean you don't have the hair. Same way, you may not be aware of the 25 heads and 50 hands, that does not mean you don't have. Remember to sit as Paramashiva and breathe life into your body. You as Paramashiva possessing your body to manifest and celebrate your existence. You became your body. You as Paramashiva became your body. When you sit as Paramashiva with his 25 heads and 50 hands, be Paramashiva and own your body. Radiate in your body as Paramashiva. Let you be clear, you are Paramashiva. Hold your body, own your body, radiate through your body as Paramashiva. You will see your whole brain will become active. Your whole brain will be awakened. Intense full brain activity as Paramashiva. So much energy will be infused into your system when your whole brain is activated by the oneness. You manifest superpowers and your brain naturally becomes super brain. Cognize clearly. Know you are Paramashiva, ultimate. Own your body and mind and brain and your system as Paramashiva. Decide to radiate through your body, brain, mind, intra-organs, internal organs and consciousness as Paramashiva. In your lifestyle, activities, relationship, everything, radiate as Paramashiva.
But I tell you, never before, never after, this multi-hero heroine story was built. Understand? A human mind can conceive a story means one hero, one heroine, one villain, one comedian, or maximum two hero, two heroine, but never this large scale of multi-hero heroine villain stories have been built. Look at Mahabharata. Who is hero? Yudhishthira? No. Arjuna? No. Panchabandavas all the five? No. Then what about Krishna? All right. Panchabandavas and Krishna? No. What about Bhishma? All right. Panchabandavas, Krishna and Bhishma. What about Karna? What way is less heroic? All right. Panchabandavas, Krishna and Karna, Bhishma. Then what about Drishtadyumna? He is not heroic. What about Drona? Drona's history can be a separate book. Yudhishthira's can be a separate book. Karna's can be a separate book. The multiple hero, multi-hero, heroine, villain, story which was never before or never after recorded so beautifully. I may not want to say it is story written. I may only want to say it is story recorded. Because no human mind can conceive such a multiple layered stories. See, the modern day very clearly proves to conceive a multiple layered story, you need a subtle grooves of your brain awakened. When I read the story of Mahabharata, I am 100% sure Vyasa's all subtle grooves of the brain have been awakened. All non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened. I think Vyasa's whole body was brain. Because Each character, Shikandini, he builds the Shikandi's character for 3 births. And Shikandi is only one of the thousands of characters. Who will you call as a hero? Who will you call as a villain? Can you say Shakuni is the villain? No. Then what about Duryodhana? Can you say Duryodhana is villain? Then what about Dushasana, who has done more damage? If Dushasana and Duryodhana and Shakuni are villain, then what about Dhritarashtra? If Duryodhana, Dushasana, Dhritarashtra, if all of them are villain, what about Aswathama? Who is a heroine? Can you say Kundi is a heroine? Then what about Ganga? If you say Kundi and Ganga are heroine, then what about Gandhari? If Kundi and Ganga and Gandhari are heroine, then what about Draupadi? The multi-hero, multi-heroine, multi-villain story, which was neither conceived before nor conceived after, and nobody is made as hero. Everything is recorded. Please understand. Nobody is shown as perfect. The fraudulence Krishna did, cheap fraudulences are recorded. Krishna comes to know that on Amavasya day, if the war starts, Duryodhana is going to win, and this fellow goes to the Ganga and starts giving darpana. The sun and the moon, Surya and Chandra, they get surprised and they look, what is this? Why is Krishna giving darpana today? Today is not Amavasya. They both run to him and ask, oh Mahadeva, Bhagavan, why are you giving darpana today? Today is not Amavasya. Then Krishna looks at them and asks, what is the meaning of the Amavasya? They say, when sun and the moon meet, both of us meet. Krishna said, I already made you guys meet. Darpana is done, go. Amavasya. What a silly game for a Bhagavan to play. What a silly game for a Bhagavan to play. But I tell you, he is the greatest being. Krishna, you can never compare. Never before nor after.
Swamiji, when you gave me the Agni Samyama initiation in Kumbh Mela, you said we'll be able to see inside. I was able to see inside. But now, in this last process, I was seeing things like the core of some planets and everything. And it's completely opposite to what we have all been led to believe in the modern thing. For example, for like Jupiter and all, I don't know why I saw.
Actually, what I am saying, Guru, if you can see your brain, you can see the reflection of Guru.
Yes.
If you can see your throat, you can see the reflection of Rahu.
That's exactly how
If you can see your liver, you can see the reflection of Sun.
Sunny.
So each of the grahas are reflected on your organs and they instigate, guide. That is the way they influence and impact your life.
My question is related to the length aspect as it pertains to artists. So traditional Indian artists can visualize an image and create it exactly in the form of a sculpture or painting. And even if they make 10,000 paintings, it will be exactly the same. Not like every time they make, it will be different each time and use a word like creative expression or something. They can reproduce it exactly the same. So are they able to do it because they remove the length aspect, and when they put
I
it
should
into
say, from the young age they grow up, so the length aspect is not given much energy. Creativity and doing this repeatedly same thing is a unique to Hindu arts. Creativity and repetitively producing that. All our temple deities are handmade. You will see so much of similarity even though it is handmade, not machine made, handmade, but so much similarity you will see. Almost 90% will be same.
There's a question on third eye. If the third eye can see that, which it can, and if it can see this also, then it can perceive what this and that the same way, Swamiji.
Yes.
And is that the space of oneness, Swamiji?
I should say visual oneness. Actually, in the seeing you experience oneness, actual oneness is whatever you see, you will feel one with it. That is actual oneness.
How would...
Now you are, see, if you can see this, see that. It is called 3D oneness. Actual oneness is 11D oneness, where you will feel everything is you. Not just seeing, feeling everything is you.
Ability to balance your being. Usually, we have some thoughts, it comes out of your brain and passes through your brain grooves and becomes a vibration in your body. An action happens. Only after the action happens, you even know why you had that kind of thought, why you did that kind of action, and you start either repenting or feeling guilty. Virya means having the awareness and strength to catch the thought by the time it comes out, before even it passes through your brain grooves, before even it affects your decision making energy. The moment it starts, catch it there itself. The virya, ability to catch in the root itself. Ramana Maharshi calls this as aham spurana, sitting in the space where the aham, the identity is rising. That's what I call virya.
Swamiji so beautifully explained, revealed to all of us the importance of awakening the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Our brain, as we understand, is not just limited to what you think as the normal capabilities of it. It is not just for you running your body or understanding things. It's not just that. If you train, your brain can reflect cosmos in itself. The Brahmanda, the macrocosm, can be reflected in your Pindanda, the microcosm, the state in which you exist. Today, through the Mahasadashiva Murti, Bhava Samadhi Darshan, Swamiji is going to be conducting some of the most unique, some of the most powerful and very special initiations for all of us. Swamiji is going to be taking all of us through this process and awakening our brain grooves. through this powerful process. So Swamiji is going to be initiating all of us to rewire our brain, awakening the non-mechanical parts of the brain and the subtle brain grooves that Swamiji was explaining. And the second initiation we are going to be receiving is super brain, awakening the brain's ability to have telescopic and microscopic vision. The next is Aham Spurana process. Swamiji is going to be initiating all of us to be able to awaken the brain grooves by visualizing the 25 heads of Mahasadashiva. It's a very powerful process that Swamiji took all of us through, describing the 5 faces of Mahasadashiva, right? In this process, Swamiji is going to be taking us through that visualization and awakening the brain grooves through this particular visualization process. And this is going to be a very, very powerful initiation. From morning till now, we've learned about conscious elasticity. We all understood about Shiva Vidya from the Mrigendra Agama. Then we understood about how you can rewire your brain. We also understood about how you can train your brain to reflect the cosmos and how we can awaken super brain through superpowers. So all of these are the topics that we covered from morning till now. Now, the time has come for all of us to get ready to receive this very, very powerful, profound initiation from Swamiji. How many of you are ready for, excited and ready for today's initiation? Put in the chat. Ma Leah Khori, you're asking how do you access these satsangs of Swamiji's, this Q&As? I know it is absolute delight and it's really such a joy to sit and listen to Swamiji's satsangs. All of these are available on SPH YouTube channel, KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda, our official YouTube channel. So you can subscribe there and you will have multiple playlists, especially Inner Awakening is a separate playlist there. And you'll also see question and answers as individual playlists available on the YouTube channel. And we will also send you this link today as a part of your homework. You would also be receiving these links, so you can enjoy these satsangs. Okay, so now I see so many yes. Oh my God, all the chat is flooded with yes. I know you're all very excited. Now it is time for us to get ready. Can I request all of you to settle down in front of the cameras? Please have your Atma Murtis behind you. Ma Kemi, it is very nice to see the beautiful little temple and the setup of your Atma Murti. It's very nice. And very nice to see you sitting in a traditional sari. Actually, we recommend every one of you, when you sit for initiation, sit in a traditional attire. That enhances your experience of the initiation even more. So you all can have your Atma Murti. Keep some offering of food. Yes, Ma Veralushi Agostina, I can see your Atma Murti as well. Yes, all of you set up, have a proper setup, keep your Atma Murtis and make sure you're visible in the camera and make sure that there's enough lighting. Check that you do not have virtual backgrounds and please get ready for the darshan. Today we are going to be receiving the darshan of Mahasadashiva Murti and we will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of Mahasadashiva Murti. Sri Mahakailasamurti Dhyanam Shrunu Tat Brahmana Sarve Guhyat Guhyataram Param Asti Melorudhadbhage Mahan Kailasa Parvataha Sambasya Sagunasyayam Sabhaktasyendu Maulinaha Samvaso Yojananam Cha Vimshat Kotibhirayataha औनत्यमेतद्विगुणमत्यज्ञेयं द्विजोत्तमाः नवरत्नमयं तस्य मध्ये शिखरमुत्तमम् तत्रालयो महेशस्य नानारत्नविचित्रतः प्रकार गोपुरोट्टालवलभीभिर्विराजितः तथा सिंहासने तत्र महाशम्भुः सदाशिवः प्रफुल्लकमुलोल्लास पञ्चविंशन्मुखोज्ज्वलः धृतनानायुधद्भेदास् पञ्चाशत्करमण्डितः पुल्लरक्ताम्बुजातात श्रीबाह्वं प्रियगुलोज्ज्वलः विचित्ररत्नकीचितभूषणैरपि भूषितः अनेककोटिसूर्याभः परमानन्दविग्रहः अप्राकृततनुः श्रीमान् लक्ष्यलक्षणवर्जितः यतो वाचो निवर्तन्ते अप्राप्य मनसा सह गङ्गाश्रयजटाजूटश्चन्द्रशेखाविभूषितः भस्मोद्धूलि सर्वाङ्गो व्यालयज्ञोपवीतवान् कपालमालाधारी च व्याघ्रचर्माम्बरावृतः प्रतिवक्त्रं त्रिनयनो भक्तसर्वार्थसिद्धिः प्रसार्य दक्षिणं पादं कुञ्चयित्वेत्तरं पदम् अभयं चक्रशूले च टङ्कबाणौ गदाम्बुजे खड्गतोमरशक्तिश्च परशुप्रासपन्नगान् हल्लाङ्कुशाक्षमालाश्च छूरिकाध्वजदण्डकौ वज्रकुन्तांसिताधंश्च क्रकंश्च भिण्डिवालकम् पञ्चविंशतिबाहाभिर्दधो नो दक्षिणै शुभैः वरचापौ मृगं शङ्खं खेटपाशापरश्वधान् मुद्गरं डमरुं घण्टां रुद्रवीणां च पुस्तकम् कपालमुण्डखट्वाङ्गं भुशुण्डी परिघानपि फलकं फट्टसंवेत्रं कमण्डलुहुताशनौ कर्तरीमुसलं पिञ्छं बिभ्रं द्वामैस्तथाकरैः महान् सदाशिवस्योऽयं राजते तत्र पर्वते. This beautiful chant describes to us in great detail about Mahasadashiva, the cosmic form in which Paramashiva resides, performing the Panchakritya, the 5 faces of Paramashiva and the 5 phases of Paramashiva. Now, let us all prepare ourselves. Let us all get ready to receive these extraordinary initiations. And when we prepare for initiation, right, whenever we are receiving these extraordinary initiations, it's not just like a metaphysical process that happens. It's extremely physical. Like you can actually feel the energy, you can experience the changes physically in your system, and they are tangible. And the power
these would directly impact in your day-to-day life. Like you would be able to observe the changes happening in your physical body, as well as that reflecting in the very quality of your life being enhanced.
And these are not limited to the, it's not limited to just the way we see or experience reality alone, but how you can tap into your own higher potential or higher possibilities of yourself. Now, to tell you all about today's initiation, we are going to share with you all one very beautiful happening from Swamiji's life to prepare us for the initiation, to receive the initiation. So we all know our brain, we've all trained our brain very well. Like from the time you wake up in the morning, taking automatically without much of your conscious intervention, let's say, your brain automatically heads to the bathroom, it starts with a shower. You don't even need to train your brain. Your brain is programmed in such a way. From your young age, you wake up, you go for shower, you brush your teeth, then you have your food, then you get ready. It's so automatic. Like it barely requires your function. Many times, even you, let's say, even you driving to the office, it's not a function. It's not a process that requires much of your conscious intervention. It just happens almost as an automatic process. All your emotions, the words, when people utter a certain word, you don't consciously say, oh, wait, let me figure out what emotion should I react to. It's an automatic process again. The moment someone tells a word, it triggers you. It causes joy, it causes pain, it causes anger, it causes desperation, it causes different emotions in our inner space. And that again is almost automatic, which does not require much of your conscious intervention. When we experience these awakenings, when we experience our brain normally with the day-to-day activities that we do, we experience our brain mostly from the mechanical parts, which are regularly active, which does not require much of your creativity, which does not require much of your energy. Actually, you all should know, we all human beings, it's scientific studies which is established clearly, we human beings use our brain to the minimum. We do not use the complete capabilities of our brain. And science classifies our brain into two parts. One is the mechanical parts of our brain, and another one is the non-mechanical parts of our brain, the parts of your brain that we do not access or utilize much. Now, today's initiation is going to be awakening your non-mechanical parts of the brain. Now we are going to be understanding a bit about how our brain works. See, the way how our brain functions, whether the kind of activities that you are doing or like the patterns that you are developing, everything, all these are developed based on some cutting, based on the grooves that are there in your brain. Now, for this, we need to understand how, when we say that you're perceiving something, your brain is giving you a command, how exactly is this process happening in us? We need to understand that. Actually, there's a beautiful study called as the neuroplasticity. It's a field of science where your brain is studied, how your brain functions is studied. And the neurologists have identified that there's a very clear structure that exists within our brain, which corresponds to the kind of thought and the behavioral sense that we are having. And these are decided based upon the neurons that are there in our brain. Neurons are the small nerve cells that are there in our brain, and they fire. Like, for example, right now you're blinking, you're listening, you're cognizing. All of these are happening with these tiny little nerve cells called as neurons that are there in our brain and are sending the information through electrical impulses. And these informations are sent through trillions and trillions of neurons within our brain. Now, if you see, like, for example, this particular thing that you're seeing is called as it's the zoomed in version of a single connection between one neuron to the other. And this connection is called as a synapse. We're going to just understand few basics so that we understand what we are going to be receiving in today's session. So every time an information, let's say you have to blink, so your brain sends a command to your eyes to say blink. Just for that one command should be transmitted. Your brain sends a signal to certain nerve cells, and each nerve cell passes the information to another in this form. So this is called as a synapse. This synapses, when multiple such synapses happen, every time your neurons fire, they create something called as a brain groove, like a channel, pathway. Which is why every time you start brushing your teeth, you are not aware of it. Like first when you were a child, you started doing the process. At that time, the first few times you might have been conscious of what you're doing. But as and when it became a regular practice, the neural pathways or the brain grooves have become so strong that even unconsciously, like you just wake up half asleep and you go to the bathroom and you are able to brush, your hands automatically move. Same thing when you just get into the car, you're able to drive to the office. Only after you go and land, you will realize that, oh God, I've already arrived. How is this possible? Because our brain, in those regions, those areas, it has now become so strong. Like the channels become so strong, the grooves become so strong that automatically the information gets sent without even your consciousness. Now, knowing this, we need to first understand this wiring of the brain affects the way we exist. Like for example, we are discussing about, okay, I have patterns, I have this incompletion, that incompletion. How do I get rid of this? Now, all of these are sitting as those brain grooves inside of, meaning there are like this trillions of nerve connections within your brain. And certain nerve connections, the neural connections, the neural pathways, which have been connected to send that message to your cells or to your motor neuron for certain functionalities to execute, like some patterns that you have, like some obsessive compulsive patterns that you have. All of these are recorded in this map. And today, Swamiji is going to be removing these connections, the wrong connections that you are having, and Swamiji is going to be rewiring our brain. So if I have to put it in other words, most of the patterns that we build, almost all of them require a lot of effort from our side to break, is it not? Let's take, for example, your addictions or your habits that you really want to get rid of. There are two ways. One, you can change it. Yes, that's a good news. You can change it. But for you to put your conscious effort every single day, you have to undo the actions that you did. And you have to create a new neuron to discard the old synapse so that your brain can receive a new command and it can start building practice. But unfortunately, for people who have built it over the years, like 30, 40 years, it is going to take quite a bit of time for you to train yourself out of it. But there's another way, a very quick, fast, and the most powerful way you can do it, where an avatar intervenes and he initiates, awakens your brain's ability to reflect the cosmos. He simply just awakens the whole brain through the initiation, which automatically discards all the patterns and incompletions. Whenever Swamiji blesses us saying, I am liberating you from all the patterns now, he is talking about those hundreds of, millions of neurons, the neural connections in our brain, which is sitting inside us as patterns and which makes us do the same mistakes over and over and over again and again unconsciously. Now let's understand this in comparison with river land. Now a river land, when in a land, as the water keeps coming, what will happen? The land gets more and more deeper. The river land gets deeper and deeper. And the river, more and more water keeps getting added, the river becomes more strong. Now, let us say the river connection is just stopped. What happens next? Like let's say you put a dam and you change the water course. You don't need to do something separate for this river to stop. Once you cut off the source, slowly this will just dry up and no more this channel will exist. Same thing. Now visualize this as your brain. The neural pathways, whichever you feel as wrong neural connections, Swamiji will just remove, like just put a dam and divert your energy away from patterns like self-sabotaging patterns, victimhood patterns, all of these. And you would be completely free of it without
even you to think of separation first. And that is why darshan alters the very neuroplasticity of your soul.
So, as neurophysiologists say, each time you react in certain way, you strengthen the power of the pathway. So each time when the river runs in that same rivulet, the rivulet becomes more deeper. So the river running in that same direction becomes more stronger, more permanent. Same way, in your brain also you have so many rivers, Ganga, Kaveri, Yamuna, Saraswati, Godavari, Narmada, Sindhu, so many rivers. Some are wild rivers, forest rivers. The rivers which really creates calamity by the forest flood or sudden floods, you need to make a dam and divert it in different direction. Making dam and diverting it different direction is what I call sadhana. Sadhana means making dam and diverting it to different direction. But unfortunately, we have another one biggest rivulet, engraved memory, engram, samskara, laziness, eternal laziness. One of the biggest engram. Biggest enemy for awakening non-mechanical parts of your brain, or sadhana, or for enlightenment, or for achievement is laziness. See, once the laziness enters into your system, nothing can be done. Any big idea, tomorrow. Good idea, great. But you see, tomorrow is a good day to start. Always our elders say you should find out a right day, right time. See, today if I start, tomorrow I am not going to be there, I am busy. Dvandva vigna, dvitiya vigna should not be there. In our tradition, there is a tradition, the second day nothing should be broken. Dvandva vigna. Oh. Second day it should not be broken. Dvitiya vigna. So I'll start maybe day after tomorrow. Laziness is maya, nothing else. So understand, no sympathy towards laziness is a demon. So, no question of allowing laziness. The first lesson in Zen they teach is the awakening your whole system, breaking the laziness pattern. Because the whole Zen is based on silent sitting. You can very easily slip into laziness in the name of silent sitting. So the very word Zen means dhyan. Zazen means sitting. You can very easily slip into laziness in the name of silent sitting. So you can very easily slip into that laziness in the name of samadhi. No. Zen first breaks that lazy mental setup. You need to break the lazy mental setup to work on this engrams and create the new awakened lifestyle. Zen monasteries, they have a tradition. Even the master, who is the head of the monastery, will not have food if he does not work for that particular hours. They have the system of 8 hours of working. Even I created that system from the Zen only. The 8 hours physically you need to work. 8 hours mentally you need to work. Means sadhana or some other teaching, learning. See, a teacher works 8 hours mentally when he teaches. Disciples work 8 hours mentally when they learn. So 8 hours of physical work, 8 hours of mental work. Naturally the 8 hours you will rest in consciousness. There will not be any unexhausted engrams. So the sleep will be deep sleep. Only when you don't work 8 hours physically, 8 hours mentally, you will have a stressed sleep, disturbed sleep, disturbed memory, disturbed mental setup. You will not feel really as you slept. So I tell you, laziness is one of the worst engram. It is not even engram, it's almost like a breathing. That's why just yesterday I decided, anybody who leaves the ashram due to laziness engram, I have decided I will not accept them anymore back. No question of coming back. If they leave because of any other engram, maybe lust, they can go and get married and suffer in few years and come back, no problem. They will understand the lesson, it's too costly. They can come back. If they have the anger, then they can leave. And because in the society, when you express your anger, you will be getting nicely beaten. That mental setup will be broken. They can come back. Or if you have greed, then you can go and learn the lessons of the greed engram. What you need to do and you need not do. If you want to come back, come back. But if there is a lazy engram, laziness engram, and if they leave, nothing can be done.
What happens in our brain? All these engrams, these patterns like laziness that we have created as literally like a physical groove in our brain. Swamiji completely is rewiring them, and Swamiji is awakening us to that highest capability of ourselves, what me, you, all of us can experience. And we all can see that during the initiation, when we receive these initiations from Swamiji, we are all literally being given the energy, like let's say supply, to completely discard all the old patterns that we create for ourselves, that we are struggling with, that we are suffering with, some to break free from. So just through this initiation, Swamiji is going to be completely awakening our whole brain. This initiation is going to be directly working on our brain grooves, awakening our whole brain, activating our whole thing. So that is a speciality of today's initiation. Now, we all know everything Swamiji tells is extremely scientific, because creating a physical change in your brain, ability to alter the brain waves, the brain patterns is possible. And this has been established once again, even scientifically as well. Just by the divine intervention, it is possible for you to change the frequency in which you exist. And each of us can experience these tremendous phenomenal changes in us just through initiation. So today, when Swamiji is going to be giving us this initiation, Swamiji is going to first, like we learned about awakening the super brain, the superpower, right, in the previous set. And then Swamiji also explained to us about what is rewiring
Your
of
brain.
brain. And Swamiji had explained to us about
how the brain actually functions. Now, today in this initiation, the very neuroplasticity, meaning how our brain grooves are structured, that is going to be changed. So let's all get ready for the initiation. Request all of you to take a few minutes and quickly get your Panchapachara Puja items and settle down. Now we are going to be entering into the vessel. Now during the initiation, Swamiji is literally awakening our brain. There's a very interesting process of how this happens. When you are looking at Swamiji, your brain, the neurons that gets fired in your brain are firing in the exact same pattern, in the exact same neural activity as it happens in Swamiji's brain. Science calls this process as mirroring of neurons. And it is exactly through this process, what we call in Hinduism as Shakti Pada, you reflect, your brain reflects the exact process. The avatar can transmit the frequency that he exists in into us. Literally, Swamiji can raise our frequency that we exist in. And this was established scientifically in a groundbreaking research that was conducted on Swamiji himself. Dr. William Collins, a leading researcher and practicing neurosurgeon at St. Louis, had requested Swamiji to study Swamiji's brain, and he wanted to study a patient's brain as well as Swamiji's brain while Swamiji is giving healing. And Swamiji readily agreed to this. Actually, Swamiji has done many amazing scientific researches and studies to show how Sanatana Hindu Dharma is real and has established all these powers and the initiations scientifically. We are going to be sending that book as a gift for all of you. Now, so this was one such experiment. This happened in the year 2005, April 2005. And Swamiji readily agreed to this. Dr. Collins was amazed at what the results had been recorded. So on the 14th of April, Swamiji had met with Dr. Collins, and it was at his office in the Washington University. And Dr. Collins wanted to measure and analyze Swamiji's and the patient's brain pattern during the healing that one of the particular participant was receiving. So here, in this case, the subject who was receiving the healing was the doctor's very own son, David. And this son had met with an accident about 10 years ago, and he had lost his motor neuron sensor. Therefore, he was not able to talk, he was not able to walk, he was not able to move, communicate, or perform normally. And his communication was just through his eyes. So that was the situation with David. And this was the doctor's son. And Swamiji was going to heal the son, David, and the study was going to be recording
what was happening in Swamiji's brain and what was happening in David's brain. And this was happening in 4 different stages. So the 4 main states in which the brain readings of Swamiji's and David's were recorded and compared. So the 4 states were, first one where they were just sitting normally. Second was when Swamiji was in the meditative space, in the space of Samadhi. Third was when Swamiji was healing, directing the energy towards David, the subject here. And the fourth was Swamiji radiating, just purely radiating the space of healing without specifically directing it towards David. And the key observations were something groundbreaking, what scientists had not even expected. And these results created new pages in the history of science. So first, it started with studying Swamiji's brain when Swamiji was entering into Samadhi. And this was something really amazing. Because Swamiji's brain was unusually quiet, especially the right side of the brain. It was completely quiet. And to explain this more clearly, normally for all of us, even when you are asleep, your brain is continuously active. But Swamiji's brain was completely silent. And the brain metabolism was 1/20th of normal people. This was way lesser than what Dr. Collins has ever seen even in his entire profession. Even much lower than that of calm people. So this implies that there was an enormous conservation of energy that was happening, like oxygen and other vital chemicals that would be used by the brain was getting conserved. They were not being used because Swamiji's brain was completely silent. This means zero thought. Actually, the brain activity and the metabolism were so low, at such low levels, that Dr. Collins had changed the electrodes to more sensitive ones and even adjusted them a number of times to make sure that he was getting the readings. And despite the adjustments, the readings still showed that it was at unusually low levels, which means Swamiji's brain, even when Swamiji was just entering into the space of Samadhi, which is the normal state that Swamiji is in, Swamiji's brain already showed phenomenal results. The strength of alpha waves, which actually all of us typically, we have high alpha waves and even higher. The people who are normally stressed, they deal with, job tensions and all of that, they have high frequency alpha wave. And this was lower even than normal in Swamiji's brain, which means there was absolutely no trace of stress or anything whatsoever in Swamiji's brain.
And actually, like as she was mentioning earlier, like Dr. Collins couldn't understand it because he has never seen like that ever in his career before. He was a leading neurologist, and he saw that even the most sensitive electrodes still recorded such low numbers, and the frequencies were something never seen before, never recorded before.
And Dr. Collins remarked interestingly that he said that there's no such thing normal state, there's no such thing as normal state for Swamiji. And Swamiji replied that that was right, because even during the normal state, Swamiji is actually in Samadhi. Science could not comprehend what this was, because normally human beings are stressed, we have high frequency alpha waves because we all have to deal with so many things, and here Swamiji was. And especially at that time, Swamiji was giving satsang, darshan, traveling continuously. Swamiji was in his tours, going to the US. And at that time, he was amazed to see that there was absolutely no stress. The energy levels were used in such conservative manner in Swamiji's brain. And while Swamiji was meditating, then the next readings were taken when Swamiji entered into the state of Samadhi, when Swamiji was meditating. So at this time, the higher frequency brain waves in Swamiji increased. And this was found typically in people who meditated for 20 plus years. So if someone has spent their whole life, 20 plus years only meditating, only they will be able to tap into that higher frequency brainwaves. And Swamiji had this. The moment Swamiji entered into meditation, Swamiji's brain just glided to the state of one of the highest frequency brain waves. And the lower frequency waves decreased even more, decreased in strength. And this was a reverse of what is normally observed in average persons, where the lower frequency waves became more prominent during meditation for people. Like if me, you, all of us sit normally for, let's say, meditating, we have the lower frequency which typically increases. For Swamiji, it was completely the other way around. For Swamiji, the higher frequency brain waves increases. And Swamiji gave a science behind this. When the doctors exclaimed, they said it's completely, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Swamiji gave a very profound science for this. Swamiji said that when an average person, typically when we try to meditate, what do? We try to concentrate. So Swamiji said when average persons meditate, they concentrate. But when Swamiji does, he just enters into awareness. He just relaxes into that space of awareness. And that is the reason for such a huge difference, which clearly scientists could observe high frequency brain waves in Swamiji. So this was taken during the second state. Now, the next is the third state in which the scientific readings were done. The third state is when Swamiji was healing. So at this point in time, Swamiji was directly healing David, Dr. Collins' son. And Swamiji had placed his hand on David and Swamiji was healing. And when Swamiji was healing, Dr. Collins noted that Swamiji's brain readings were dramatically different, which means the right side of Swamiji's brain became much more active. You all should know. There are so many scientific researchers, all of them working into trying to see how we can activate the whole right side of the brain, because we, on our average lifespan of, let's say, about 50 to 60 years, we use right brain. The activities, the percentage of activities that we use right brain for is very, very low. It's a negligible amount because it is extremely less. And here, Swamiji's right brain was completely active. And the difference between the right side and the left sides were clearly visible. Like Dr. Collins in his research found out that the right hemisphere, that is a part which does the global thinking and rapid processing. And that was highly active for Swamiji when Swamiji was transmitting the healing energy. Let's say, like whatever takes the left brain several minutes to process, the right brain will process it in half a second. So the right side is hundreds of times faster than the left brain. So Swamiji's right brain was much more active than compared to the left. And one interesting fact that Dr. Collins had noted was that right brain is also in the timeless zone, which means the right brain does not cognize the concept of time. And Swamiji's brain was exactly in that frequency. His whole right brain was active and it was functioning such a speed when Swamiji was transmitting the energy of healing to the subject who was receiving it. And not just that, when they compared this, like they saw the strength of the waves was so much that if someone had done that much of an activity, like Dr. Collins said, that if I had done this, I would be fatigued and I would be sleeping by the time this was over because it would have exhausted all my energy. But when they observed this in Swamiji's brain, like when Swamiji was giving the healing, of course, after giving the healing, Swamiji was only more rested and continuing to be blissful and active. And at the same time, the study was also done on David's brain. The observation was done on David's brain, where again, they noticed something really phenomenal. That in high frequency
were observed that normally people cannot produce. Understand? And that too, this situation was such that David's brain, when it is being observed, David was disabled and he was not able to do even the normal activities that we all could do. But he, in his brain, he was producing some really high frequencies. The high frequencies are generally produced when we integrate information, or Dr. Collins said, when some epiphany happens. And that's also it, our brain can retain that high frequency only for a second or much lesser than a second. But in David's brain, it was recorded for the entire time when Swamiji was giving healing. So it was consistent. The brain wave was the high frequency wave, was continuously present in his brain.
And the best part is when each of us receive initiation, this is the exact space, this is the exact frequency that our brain transcends to. When Swamiji is saying, understand when Swamiji is saying, I am literally, like many times Swamiji initiates, right? Swamiji is saying, I am infusing this energy into you now. Or Swamiji says, he's raising our frequency now. Each time, it is a physically our brain literally awakens. It experiences this high frequency process happening inside of us when we receive that energy. So what we are seeing here as, what is happening in the subject's brain here, in David's brain, that is the exact similar process that happens to us. And like we quoted Dr. Collins saying, these happen only for a very short period of time, typically for normal human beings. And that also when an epiphany happens. But here, for all of us, we experience it for such a prolonged period of time.
And in David's brain, not only were these waves being produced, but they were maintained during the entire healing session. Actually, Dr. Collins commented saying, the world is not going to believe this. This is extremely unusual. It seems as if his brain was changing and hundreds and thousands of neurons in the brain was being rewired. This is the exact word. I'm just putting from what Dr. Collins has written and published. You'll actually, this research is also available on nithyanandapedia.org, and our support desk team will also share this link with all of you, so all of you can go and refer to this research. And he saw that the highest frequency waves were being sustained in David's brain. And this also meant that a very high metabolism of the brain was happening. Dr. Collins described it as equivalent to running at your fastest speed for 20 minutes straight. Understand? Running at your fastest speed for 20 minutes straight, what metabolism will be happening in your brain? That was happening in David's brain for a person who hadn't moved for last 10 years. His brain was exactly mimicking that neural activity.
And did you know what happened after that? Dr. Collins thought, he was amazed by this change. So he thought that David could not walk for 10 years, but his brain literally did an activity that was equivalent to running at the fastest speed for 20 minutes. Seeing this, Dr. Collins thought that David would be exhausted by now. By the time the healing is over, they thought David would have he would have lost all the energy. But on the contrary, right after the healing, David said that he felt so energized. He wanted to go for a walk. He said he felt so refreshed. Understand, when we receive the healing, literally our whole brain is awakened. When we receive the healing, this is the exact change. When we receive the initiation itself, here it is just one person, and we can see the research, the results of which has astounded the scientists. And this is the exact experience that we are going to be receiving through the initiation. Swamiji is literally going to be rewiring our brain, awakening our brain grooves, making us experience the highest frequency. And literally, like what we saw now, is just a glimpse of it. we are going to be experiencing this exact same state. So get ready to awaken your whole brain.